Chapter 100. Regs. A huge amount of air was sucked out, and a huge wind tunnel appeared in the sky above Manhattan. Strong winds swept in from all directions, causing a drastic change in the weather. The people of New York were surprised to see the strong winds formed by the rising air. Their eyes were full of confusion. Today's weather seemed to be a little too strange. 4 or 5 minutes passed, and the vacuum here was still not half filled. Storm's word used the change in the airflow to stabilize her body, but she did not dare to make a move. If the vacuum state just now appeared in a giant city, it would be enough to cause millions of people to suffocate to death. If combined with a violent storm, it would be enough to destroy a large city. Humans were always too weak in the face of astronomical weather. Chun-Ong used gravity to extract the storm created by Storm's word. Such power had reached the level of destroying the world. Magneto and Storm's word felt a suffocating pressure. Such horror was really indescribable. The only thing that supported the two of them to not admit defeat was carelessness. In the sky, it was a difficult problem to balance one's strength. Without a fulcrum, one would be easily affected by the force. Although the suction force was terrifying, it was not enough to shake the two Omega-level mutants. However, they were unable to borrow any strength in the air. They were caught in the storm and could not fight back. Fortunately, the target this time was only the throne of steel under the feet of Apocalypse. They slowly landed on the ground and faced the Apocalypse head-on. There was a great deal of pressure. The feeling of powerlessness just now made the two of them remember the horror of Apocalypse even more deeply. That feeling of being played by others was something that neither of them wanted to experience again. Magneto, X-Men. Chun-Ong stood on the high platform with his hands behind his back, looking down at them. Demonis stood behind him with a complicated expression. Chun-Ong held out his hand and made a gesture of invitation. She made an inviting gesture. On the steel platform, there were countless mechanical weight groups, and a long ladder that spiraled around the tower appeared under her feet. Mystique turned around and looked at him, ignoring the long ladder. She jumped down from the platform hundreds of meters high. A slender rope hung around her waist, and she swung forward with the strength of the rope. With a beautiful somersault, she landed behind Magneto. The professor greeted in a low voice, "Rue Wen." Enchantress stood silently behind Magneto, not looking at him, and there was a silent sadness between the two, causing the atmosphere to fall into silence. Magneto suddenly stretched out his hands and squeezed gently, and the wheelchair under the professor was deformed and twisted, binding him. This change stunned everyone, and Magneto had already put on a helmet that prevented mental prying. Seeing that Lady Tempest and Wolverine were about to charge at him, he lifted the professor and forced them to retreat. The professor sighed. "Eric, you again." "Sigh." Magneto looked at him without saying anything, not even a trace of joy on his face. He turned to face Chun-Ong and shouted, "Apocalypse, let's work together. He is the sincerity I brought. This world has decayed. Mutated humans are a new force. It was a mistake to be discriminated against and oppressed for a long time, but it was also the common cause of all mutants. Charles wanted to keep peace with humans, but I think that war is the only way to fight for space for the mutated humans." Magneto said with emotion, "Every brother and sister is precious. They are the power of our mutants. If you can, you can. If possible, I don't want to hurt them. But in the process of struggle, there will be sacrifices, whether it's ours or the X-Men's. For our common cause, there are some decisions we have to make. We just ask for the right to live under this blue sky." Storm and Scott's hearts sank little by little. If Apocalypse and Magneto worked together, it would be a disaster for the X-Men and humanity. Without Magneto, the only person who could restrain Skynet, they would be helpless. On the other hand, the professor and Wolverine looked at Chun-Ong calmly, not seeming to be worried about this. "Then, what position do you think mutants should have?" Chun-Ong seemed very interested. "We will be free, not forced or bound. not discriminated against or harmed. We will build a country of our own. Magneto said seriously, "Give those who have the power, give them the corresponding identity and status. This is the law of the establishment of order. Your request doesn't seem to be too much. So where is the position of humans in your blueprint?" Chen-Ong asked. "Peaceful coexistence. I believe that one day all humans will become mutants. I look forward to that day. What you said is very tempting, but it doesn't seem to be useful. The position of a force is not determined by the leader, but by the political position of the majority of members." Chen-Ong evoked a wisp of electromagnetic wave in the air, and the image of a member of the Brotherhood appeared in the air. The white man's face was covered with fur like a monkey's. His fingernails were sharp and he looked like a gorilla. He held a glass of wine and seemed to be playing with it out of boredom. Soon, he fixed his eyes on a young woman who was passing by the bar. With a light leap, he scurried to the roof of the bar and hid behind the young woman. In the alley, the mutant jumped down from a high place and rushed towards the young woman. However, he was frozen in the air. Chen-Ong gently moved his fingers, and an invisible rope wrapped around his head. The rope became tighter and tighter, and the sound of his spine breaking could be heard. The gorilla twitched twice and stopped moving. "Your men don't seem to think that way. They see mutants as a kind of identity, status, and power. They only have the idea of ruling humans, but they don't have the desire to coexist peacefully with humans. They want to return all the injustice, discrimination, and abuse they have suffered to humans." Chen-Ong smiled and said, "To be fair, this is not wrong, but who told me to be a human? My position has always been on the side of humans, and I am not interested in building a 21st century mutant colonial country with you, ruling the world through violence and abilities. Your brothers and sisters, those losers who live in the lower class, dream of one day becoming the followers of the masters of humanity. They use tobacco, alcohol, and violence to numb themselves, and use the power of their abilities to determine their status. They don't seem to fit the role of a collaborator in my mind. Have they ever been to school?" Chen-Ong spread his hands and said, "Look, you're counting on a bunch of street thugs, and you seem to be missing a beer bar. You didn't even write an excellent autobiography in prison. Are you an art student? You have no bargaining chips and no ability. I thought I would see a group of SS soldiers in the Brotherhood, but I didn't expect it to be a bunch of hippies. I've already said it very clearly, so can you let go of my allies?" Chen-Ang's last words shocked everyone present. They looked at the professor and saw that his wheelchair was being lowered bit by bit. Wolverine and Stormwind rushed forward to protect the professor. Magneto used all his strength and was unable to resist the gravitational force of Chen-Ong, his own magnetic field against Chen-Ong, who was powered by a super-large electromagnetic generator. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was like hitting a stone with an egg. When the power reached a certain level, control was the key to determining the comparison. At any time, he could use the electromagnetic generator to borrow millions of tons of gravity from the Earth to fight against Magneto, who was relying on himself. I should formally introduce myself. The professor is my partner. Together, we will promote the convergence of mutants and humans. Even if it is a cooperation, I must choose the right target. Students from a relatively superior family are dependent on human society. Protected by parents and family and fully educated in the mutant school will be the main force in the future integration with humans. Among them, there will be many outstanding scientists and elites. I will work with the professor to develop the abilities of the mutants from another aspect. The purpose of the mutant school will be to control and protect. To special abilities make us more outstanding. Of course, our cooperation and confrontation are not contradictory. The professor is also trying to stop my plan to destroy the world." Chen-Ong laughed and said, "So I will let the X-Men go. The Brotherhood will not be so lucky. My laboratory is already vacant. Magneto." To be continued. Chapter 101. The steel platform beneath his feet let out an unbearable wail. An invisible magnetic field pulled this monster that weighed tens of thousands of tons. Magneto sneered. The powerful magnetic field enveloped the huge shadow in front of him. Insignificant and colossal, steel and metal, at this moment, formed an absurd contrast. Sent pound in front of the steel throne, Magneto, who was as small as an ant, erupted with unimaginable power from his weak body. The violent magnetic field even caused the stone ruins between them to flicker with electricity. These highly resistive objects emitted blazing heat. In the violent magnetic field, the air was scorched and distorted. The concrete melted into a magma-like liquid. The small creatures that had been living here leisurely were swept by the powerful electromagnetic waves, paralyzing their underdeveloped brains. Following that, microwave and high-frequency waves roasted them. The small creatures quickly turned black and then burst into flames. The huge steel monster that weighed several tons actually made a creaking sound. Some of the structures that were not closely connected bent and twisted to a degree visible to the naked eye, stretching out their metal structures towards Magneto. Skynet's unified magnetic field was compressed to the extreme. Some of the tiny nanomachines fell off nearby, unable to be controlled. The surging lava, flowing electricity, and melting steel made this place look like hell. But Chunong stood at the top of the throne in hell, looking down at the scorched and twisted steel thrown around him. The more he looked, the more ferocious he became, making him look like the demon king on the throne. Then Chunong did something that was very much in line with his current style. The steel throne under his feet began to change drastically. The front half of the throne fell off directly, forming a half-moon cliff. And Chunong stood at the top of the moon, looking down at the steel throne that was undergoing a violent change. This huge half of the throne. Soon, countless unique technological structures appeared on its body, like a gigantic object pieced together from many modules. A light blue energy shield enveloped their bodies. An elliptical, flat spaceship stopped on the ground. The energy shield isolated them from contact with the magnetic field. Other smaller pieces of steel formed several X-shaped fighter jets that hovered around the spaceship. They formed a few fighters that looked like an X hovering around the ship. If Anakin were here, he would have found them very familiar. The X-Wing fighter and the Millennium Falcon. To the astonishment of the professor and the others, the anti-gravity engine of the Millennium Falcon slowly started up, and the spacecraft flew smoothly into the air. Magneto could do nothing about it, and could only watch as the anti-infantry laser cannon on its abdomen aimed at everyone present. The powerful firepower of the four-barreled laser cannon. The people below almost suffered a disaster. A fiery red hole the size of a bowl was opened in the White Queen's diamond body. She barely supported herself from falling. The defense of a scorched diamond was obviously not as strong as she had imagined. Half of Wolverine's body was almost vaporized, but it was nothing to him. It was obviously a trivial matter. His face only twitched in pain. Half of his body recovered as if time was flowing backward. In Chunong's eyes, rather than saying that it was a healing ability, it was more accurate to say that it had solidified his body's state of time. How could there be a recovery ability that didn't require material items? What about the law of conservation of matter? Magneto awkwardly avoided the laser in the air, but obviously the unimaginably fast laser weapons would not give them much chance to dodge. Not giving them too many chances to dodge, the X-Wing fighter easily shot down several fighter jets sent by the U.S. government. The titanium alloy body was as fragile as paper. The fighter jets skimmed over the water and hit the aircraft carrier parked outside New York Harbor. 3 X-Wing fighters formed a formation and destroyed the First Fleet's formation. The desperate soldiers stood on the sunken steel tomb. General Hank, who was leading the team, connected the call with Washington and roared crazily, "What kind of enemy did you make us face?" "Aliens. I saw the Millennium Falcon and the X-Wing fighter. Next time, please send the Jedi to carry out the mission." There was only silence on the other side. A solid steel missile hit his ship. The general was surprised to see that the missile melted on the hull. Whether it was the warship that was flooding or the aircraft carrier that was about to sink, an invisible change was taking place. The soldiers were surprised to see that the core of the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier emitted a red light, and a keel that was not on the design plan was spread out on the warship. The warship made a sound of being overwhelmed, and the soldiers who fell into the sea were surprised to find that they were taken off from under their bodies by a giant steel hand. The aircraft carrier stood up on the sea. It transformed into a huge robot and carefully placed the soldiers on some intact lifeboats. Go. Poor humans, leave the battlefield. The steel giant showed a strange and kind smile. He pulled out the alloy sword behind him and pointed to the center of Manhattan. I am Optimus Prime. Transformer attack. Shockwave reporting. Ironhide reporting. The surrounding cruisers and destroyers were like Optimus Prime subservient. As the X-Wing flew over their heads, a Crimson fighter suddenly transformed and floated in the air, sneering at Optimus Prime. You're the dumbest AI I've ever seen. Master didn't create us to save these puny humans. Wage war, soldier. Red Tarantula. Master is doing this for peace. We have no right to deprive other life forms of their right to live. I am not your Decepticon. You have no right to order me to do anything. Optimus Prime said. Trash without an energy shield. I really don't know why Master created you. I hope you can resist electromagnetic interference. Otherwise, you will really be trash and Skynet will not forgive you. Skynet has no will. I follow Master's wish for peace. Optimus Prime saw the surrounding Transformers, placed the Marines, and pointed his sword straight at Manhattan. Soldiers, crush them with the will of Master. The steel giants, hundreds of meters tall, pounced on Manhattan, and like a sharp knife, they pierced into the center of the encirclement. Magneto heard a scream coming from behind him, and he hurriedly rushed forward, and an alloy blade tens of meters tall was inserted behind him. The steel giants, stepping into the territory of Manhattan, inserted their hands into the tower and bowed to Chinong. The silver-white metal fluid spread to their bodies, transforming their relatively fragile bodies. Magneto put a huge magnetic field on them, but the clever AI easily broke away from the restraint, and they gently shook. They slid away from Magneto's restraint. With intelligent robots, with their huge weight and power, they can always break away from the restraint in the early stage of Magneto's magnetic restraint. On the contrary, Magneto was forced into a dangerous situation. The White Queen covered her wound, and in her eyes there were images reminding her of the actions of several huge giants 30 seconds in advance. If it weren't for this, Magneto would have been killed by the laser attack. She saw Chun-Ong standing leisurely on the tower, looking at them. The White Queen ignored the professor's obstruction in the mental network and climbed the tower. Her psionic ability shielded the professor's control and directly received the information transmitted by the electronic will and the prophet. Hard diamond body. He climbed up the steel with ease, which was unexpected. She easily stood in front of Chun-Ong. The moment she saw Chun-Ong, the image transmitted by the prophet disappeared, leaving only 2 blood-red words, "Run." But the White Queen ignored it and walked towards Chun-Ong with a smile. The diamond cut through the steel barrier in front of her and easily broke through the electromagnetic barrier of the high-temperature area. She smiled and said, "Diamonds are afraid of high temperature, but I am an exception. Diamonds are arranged by carbon atoms. I hope you are an exception." Chun-Ong smiled at her, and an extremely subtle gravitational wave distorted the pressure on the surface of her body. Graphite can be turned into diamond at high temperatures and high pressures, but diamond can be turned into graphite by modifying some gravitational parameters between atoms. The White Queen became the Black Queen, and her graphite skin replaced her diamond body. Her psionic ability could not break through Chun-Ang's mental barrier. Her beauty, which she was proud of, was not even as attractive as her ability to attract Chun-Ang's attention. Skynet design and experiment. I want to see if this change is temporary or permanent. Chun-Ang casually decided the future fate of the White Queen. Diamond skin can survive normally. Maybe we have found another active element. I hope she can surprise us like Steel Man. On the other side, with the cooperation of other mutants, Magneto finally bound several smaller spaceships. Optimus Prime fought alone, and Chun-Ang controlled Skynet and issued a series of orders. The battleships and fighters in the air disintegrated and reorganized in full view of the crowd. The Millennium Falcon-shaped battleship turned into a robot slightly smaller than Optimus Prime. He carried a shield generator, a blue oval shield in his hand like a shield, a laser cannon on his shoulder, and a high-frequency light blade in one hand. He sneered at Optimus Prime. "Soft-hearted fool. Decepticon, follow me." Following your orders, Megatron. The 3 X-Wing fighters transformed into several slightly smaller robots and rushed towards the combative police in the distance under the leadership of Red Spider. Megatron ignored Optimus Prime and aimed his laser cannon at Magneto, who was entangled with him, and fired repeatedly. Magneto, who had predicted this battle from the Prophet, quickly dodged. Unfortunately, Optimus Prime was hit. Red Spider slapped Wolverine away, and Scott's laser was easily blocked by the energy shield. Scott helped Wolverine up and asked anxiously, "How do you restrain the energy shield? How do you fight against Skynet's energy shield?" "Shaw." Wolverine gasped. "What can you explain?" Scott was surprised. "It's Sebastian Shaw." Logan said wearily. Scott took a step back in surprise and said in shock, "Isn't he dead?" "Humans always have a way." Wolverine smiled strangely. A figure stood in front of Red Arachnid. Iceman and Pyro guarded the professor and retreated with Lady Storm's word. Red Arachnid's energy shield was easily absorbed by the figure. His body glowed with a hot red light and expanded strangely. A small ball of light came out of his mouth. The shock wave sent Red Spider's head flying. His red palm broke through Red Spider's steel body and penetrated its chest. The hot palm melted the surface of the body and penetrated its energy core. Red Spider's laser eyes were extinguished. An agile steel man leaped over from afar and slashed at the figure with a long blade light. The energy of the high-frequency light blade was quickly absorbed by the figure. Wei Jintian let out a confused sound as he watched the figure dodge in front of him and throw the light ball in his mouth towards the figure's chest. Megatron blocked the attack with his energy shield, but Magneto had already restrained him from behind. The figure rushed toward his energy shield, trying to repeat the process, but an alloy knife rushed out from the side and cut him in half. "For peace!" Optimus Prime slashed the mysterious figure. Megatron also broke free from Magneto's restraints. "For war and conquest!" It roared and slapped Magneto away. Magneto, who blocked the blow with a magnetic field, was badly shaken in his internal organs. Blood oozed out of his mouth and nose, and he got up from the ground with some difficulty. He looked around. The Mutants Brotherhood's Demoness, Swamp, and Crocodile were forced into a corner by Ironhide and a few other spaceships. On the other side, Optimus Prime raised his sword and lifted Stormwind high into the air. Iceman was penetrated by Megatron's laser cannon. Although his elementalized body recovered from the damage, it was difficult for him to continue fighting. Pyro, Wolverine, and the 2 Decepticons were locked in battle. A feeling of death arose in Magneto's heart. He looked blankly at Chun-Ang standing on the tower. From beginning to end, he just calmly watched them fight to the death without the slightest intention of making a move. Staring at the dead, mysterious figure, Magneto lifted his mask, revealing the face of Sebastian Shaw. Chapter 102. The fingers of Sebastian's corpse on the ground suddenly trembled. Under the skin of his corpse, a layer of crimson light was flowing. No one noticed that the part of his body that was cut off at the waist did not bleed. Instead, a layer of black, unknown substance sealed his wound. Chun-Ong stopped Skynet's extermination operation. He even asked Skynet to stop reporting this situation to the combat units present. The ribs of Sebastian's upper body protruded from the spine and trembled like bone claws. The delicate carapace structure was like that of an arthropod. His head flipped upwards, and a crack appeared on his skull. A flesh cocoon struggled to break out from his back. A compound eye was the first to break free, followed by a lower jaw, a grayish-black back, and a pair of wrinkled fleshy structures. A crouching worm struggled out of its upper body. It opened its fleshy wings against the wind, and 2 tentacles full of sensitive tentacles were nimbly probing the surrounding electromagnetic waves. The flesh moth that was half the height of a human flapped its flesh wings gently and rose into the air. It followed the electromagnetic waves in the sky and flew in that direction. On Sebastian's lower body, a worm that looked like an earthworm dug through the layer of flesh and burrowed into the ground. Chun-Ong looked at the 2 mutants and searched for their information in his mind. As expected, the 2 prehistoric creatures that were 80% similar to each other were recalled by Chun-Ong. "You guys really gave me a surprise," he said joyfully. The moth flapped its wings. In front of the huge Iron Man, it was not eye-catching at all. Its surface rippled with the color of flesh. The fine fluff changed its color and became very similar to the environment. The fluff blocked the electromagnetic radar of the Decepticon, allowing the moth to quietly fly above Wei Jintian's head. The flesh-winged moth popped out its bony claw-like mouth and stopped above Wei Jintian's head. The moment the energy shield touched its body, the fluff outside its body seemed to have encountered a delicious meal. It greedily absorbed the energy. The energy shield on Wei Jintian's body flickered twice. The moth's mouth probed into the circuit of his body. The moth was like a bottomless space. He was absorbing Wei Jintian's energy without restraint. Under the stimulation of the energy, it grew even more structures, and its body fused with the steel in Megatron's body. The nanomachines that had lost their energy source were just some more intricate steel. It was easily fused with by these terrifying cells. Wei Jintian was shocked. He aimed the laser cannon on his shoulder at the flesh moth and fired a few shots. The laser burned the surface of the flesh moth, but it soon shed its charred skin, and a silver-gray structure that was a combination of metal and cells appeared on the body underneath. Wei Jintian grunted, and he forcefully separated the part of his body that was infested by the flesh moth. The steel that weighed several tons fell off his back. From the shedding tissue of the moth, it transformed again. However, this time, its body glowed with a metallic luster. On the other side, one of the Decepticons that was attacking the burning man collapsed, and a giant twisted flesh worm crawled out from its back. It aimed at another Decepticon and started shooting plasma. The twisted energy ball shot toward Chun-Ang's back. A man in black was clinging to the top of the tower. Chun-Ong only stretched out 2 fingers and pinched this extremely unstable plasma ball. The twisted gravity bound the plasma and maintained its stability. The energy intensity is not bad, but the efficiency is a little low. Plasma is the plasma. Without the restraint of magnetism or gravity, the energy dissipates too much and the speed is not fast. Although it can cause great damage, it is not an ideal weapon. Chun-Ong crushed the plasma ball in his hand, and 2 gaseous electric snakes coiled around his fingers. They kept swimming around his palm. Chun-Ong looked at the man in black, or the person behind him, and smiled. Compared to plasma, I prefer high-energy waves. They are directional, fast, stable, and the energy efficiency is also very high. The 2 electric snakes disappeared at his fingertips with a flick of his fingers. The man in black opposite him revealed his face under the mask. It was also Sebastian. His body began to turn into ashes. Chun-Ong used high-energy electromagnetic waves to precisely heat his body, destroying all biological tissues, leaving only some carbon elements and trace elements. The second, third, and more men in black appeared near the tower. They swallowed the energy around them and turned it into their own moving energy, approaching the tower at an amazing speed. Chenong finally moved. He stepped out and came to the opposite side of Magneto. The magnetic field passed through his body, but it was repelled like it was insulated. "I can't play anymore. I'm going to clear the place." Chenong laughed. Magneto snorted coldly. "I hope you won't regret your choice today. Also, thank you for reminding me that electromagnetism is one of the basic forces of the universe. See its power." A powerful electromagnetic field enveloped the entire tower, shaking this huge object. Magneto controlled the electromagnetic force, and the jumping electrons formed an electric current, driving the electrons on the periphery of the metal atoms to make a warp movement, destroying the structural stability of the steel tower. Under the powerful propulsion, the tower began to be pulled up little by little. The steel tower, tens of thousands of tons, was easily moved in Magneto's hands. You let me know that objects themselves have a magnetic field. Not only can I affect it from the outside, but I can also control it from the inside. This is me, the Magneto who controls everything. There's a question I've always wanted to ask you. Chenong was not surprised. Instead, he asked slowly. Force is mutual. That is to say, the force between you and steel objects should be mutual. But how do you lift tens of thousands of tons of steel without any force on yourself? Chenong asked curiously. Magneto did not answer. He strengthened the magnetic field that enveloped the steel throne. Chenong stretched out his finger and pointed in the void, and a little gravitational ripple spread out. I guess when you lifted this steel tower, the reaction force should be borne by the huge planet under our feet. A mere weight of tens of thousands of tons is certainly not a big problem in the magnetic field of the entire Earth. But now that I've bound the geomagnetic force under your feet with gravity, what will you do? Before Magneto could say anything, the spring holding his body together broke. His body was like a piece of paper, pulled by the huge force of the steel throne and pulled like a rope. Seeing that he was about to hit the tower and be smashed into minced meat, Chenong pulled with his right hand and a strong gravitational force protected him. "So you'll die." Chenong sighed. Chenong casually pointed at him, and Magneto felt an extremely subtle force binding his body. Every time he wanted to use his ability, he felt that his ability, which was usually like an arm, did not react at all. You shouldn't be called Magneto. If you can only control steel, why not call yourself Iron Man? As long as you can control 5 milliamperes of electricity, the magnetic field created can bind your ability. If you can't go deep into the atomic level and control nuclear force, electricity, and magnetism, what kind of Magneto is that? The electromagnetic force affects all matter. It controls atoms, goes deep into the atom, and reveals the secrets of the interconversion between mass and energy. Not to mention the force between nucleons, you can't even control the electromagnetic field of atomic rotation. In the field of electromagnetism, you still have too much to learn. Chenong handed Magneto and other experimental materials to Megatron. Megatron had transformed into the Millennium Falcon spaceship, and inside it was Chenong's laboratory. Although such a laboratory could be built with a wave of his hand as long as Skynet existed, the semi-finished products and materials inside were still very valuable. Like a plague, a group of people who looked exactly like Sebastian had already rushed into Skynet's battle group. A man in black also appeared in front of Chenong. As soon as he arrived, he raised his hands, indicating that he meant no harm. "Mr. Tianchi, we admire your scientific research ability very much. Although you have done some irrational things before, everything can be forgiven, right? There is no conflict between us, and there is a strong complementarity between us. There is no need for us to choose confrontation. I think cooperation is a win-win situation for both of us. We have materials and a lot of resources, and you have countless ideas. Skynet has proven your ability, but it is unrealistic to rely on it to rule the world. The emergence of mutants can be traced back to thousands of years ago. You are not the first person to discover their potential. Chun-On knew that the man in front of him was just a communication device, and the real mastermind was talking to him through this body. They were the masters of the capital world, and they had great power and influence. Even Chun-On didn't expect that they had already broken through the technology of cloning. This was not only a scientific problem, but it also involved ethics and human experimentation. Playing with life was too much of a violation of experimental ethics. Even Chun-On, although he was making steady progress in the development of this technology, he had always lacked the ability to realize it. Now, someone had given him the ready-made technology. Sebastian's clone, your scientific research ability is worthy of recognition. In terms of genetic hybridization, you are even ahead of me. Darwin, the mutant, has the ability to adapt to the environment. It's very creative to combine ancient genes with this adaptive arcana and graft it on Sebastian. But you must have encountered obstacles in the adaptation of the two abilities. In your eyes, Darwin's ability is undoubtedly a kind of evolution, but you can't combine the two abilities organically. You can't combine Sebastian's ability to absorb energy with Darwin's ability to evolve. Create a super creature that has energy and can constantly adapt and evolve. The voice on the other side was stunned for a moment and then laughed. It is indeed Apocalypse. You have figured out the direction of our experiment in just a few minutes. You are wrong. Chun-On looked at the clone in front of him. Gravity gently controlled the genes in his body, and Skynet under his feet manipulated the extremely subtle electromagnetic force to control his cells, imitating the bioelectricity in his body. The voice on the other side found that he had lost control of the clone, but he was not surprised. This experimental body is a gift from Mr. Apocalypse. He replied politely, and the last syllable was a little upturned. Chun-On could hear the pretentious, aristocratic tone. To be continued. Chapter 103. You've made a mistake. Darwin's ability is not evolution, but atavism. You've made a mistake. He excavated the genes of ancient creatures in his body and transformed them into corresponding abilities. Fish, birds, shells, these ancient creatures have adapted to almost all the environments on Earth. Their genes have been passed down and exist in our bodies. The best reading experience is in Phoenix. Chun-On controlled the clone in front of him to degenerate into an orangutan with slender arms, thick body hair, and agile movements. Then, a pair of wings grew on his back. His sternum and body shape also changed accordingly. His bones became hollow and his body became slender. Under Chun-Ang's feet, the electric current provided him with energy. Darwin excavated this power and developed this treasure house. He can transform ancient creatures, but as long as he falls into an unfamiliar environment and leaves Earth, this ability will not be able to adapt to the environment. You should have experimented whether they can't survive in a vacuum. They should not be hibernating. They can only imitate anaerobic bacteria or degenerate into cyanobacteria. The voice on the other side was silent. He forced a smile and said awkwardly, "You've guessed right again, Mr. Apocalypse. But are you going to agree to our conditions?" Sebastian had degenerated into a velociraptor. His cold eyes stared at Chun-On with a trace of fear, as if he had met a higher-level creature on the food chain. "I should thank you for providing me with an excellent material to decipher ancient genes. More than 90% of the genes in the human body are hyperactive genes, but they are not superfluous to the previous evolutionary path. With this ancient genetic treasury and living teaching materials for evolution, I can continue experimenting with some of my ideas. I thought we would have to wait until the gene bank is built." Chun-On said happily, "So Mr. Apocalypse's proposal is, you are the top elites of mankind. Unfortunately, you are determined to maintain the existing order. To protect your interests, you refuse to progress, or rather, refuse that is not conducive to your progress. But I won't do anything for some inexplicable people. slow down my advance on my feet. So, I only give you one choice. Adapt to the changes I bring, or destroy. Mr. Tianqi, do you need to reconsider? The voice on the other end of the line stiffened. Will you consider my choice? Of course. You don't need to tell me. I don't care about your choices, because that's your business. I'm just going to do it. You can choose. Chenong smiled. The voice on the other side became cold. I hope that the next time we talk, you will be calmer. Goodbye, Apocalypse. What did you do to me? That voice quickly spoke again, flustered and exasperated. It's useless for you to threaten us like this. It doesn't matter if I live or die. You will only invite more painful revenge. Why do you think this call is so important? It's under your control, and the call is between both parties. There are some things that I want you to see. In a secret meeting room, the important figures of the planet sat in a circle. In the middle of them, a young man spoke in Chen Ang's voice. What do you want? An old man asked. If anyone could see him, they would be shocked. His wealth was one of the top few in the United States. But now he was sitting in the crowd like an ordinary person. In the holographic projection opposite him, some of the more powerful figures were sitting there. The holographic projection flickered and turned into an image of Chenong. I don't have any requests. Even if I did, you wouldn't be able to do it. Don't overestimate your abilities. Young man, I know you. In a manor far away in Europe, an old man played with a ring in his hand. He said slowly, I used to have friends like you, but Earth is far from as simple as you think. That's right. Just like how you think I'm an alien, but I'm not. Earth is very complicated. You can't play with it. Chenong smiled. His 3D projection sat down. You're in France. That's a good place. It has a history of 3,000 years. When did you make your fortune? 300 years or even less. From the perspective of space, Earth is just one of the billions of planets in the Milky Way. From the perspective of time, this period of time is just an insignificant period in the long river of human history. I'm very curious. Why do you think you're so noble? Affecting an insignificant planet in a short period of time. I'm a person who can affect the fate of hundreds of thousands of universes in a minute. When did I come to see you? How would I have so much time to argue with you? Chun Ong controlled the hand of gravity and strangled the old man's throat. Remember, whether you're an individual or an organization, in front of me, you only have one choice. Adapt to me or be destroyed by me. He casually broke the neck of the underground emperor of Europe and casually threw the corpse on the ground. He smiled at everyone who saw this image and said, Now I declare I'm here. Are you ready? Ready to die and be destroyed? Are you ready to make a choice that will affect your life? Are you ready to face an unpredictable fate? Are you ready to go with the flow? You're not the hand at the back, but the mantis under the wheel of history. We decide the fate of the world, and you adapt to it. It's that simple. Everyone fell silent. When they saw a person with deep influence who could even decide the fate of several countries, and who could be considered to have a noble status among them, being easily twisted by Chenong, they finally realized that this was not a negotiation or a financial game. This was a war, and war would kill people. They exchanged glances and made a decision together. An orange-yellow button was pressed. The electromagnetic waves sent their decision far away. Chen-Ong witnessed all of this. He watched quietly and had no intention of stopping them. Bring out your strength. Only then will you gain more from this experiment. Chunong smiled and looked at these people who were like duckweed. History had never been created by them. When these jackals hiding in the dark faced the true creator of history, they could only let fate decide their fate. On the steel throne, the electromagnetic generator finally revealed its brutal side. High-energy electromagnetic waves filled the space. Any living creature and matter quickly turned yellow and withered in the electromagnetic waves. Sebastian's clones continuously pounced from the rear. absorbing the energy in the air with their special abilities. Clones with extraordinary strength and astonishing agility disintegrated rapidly in the air. High-energy electromagnetic waves heated up their bodies. Then, the irresistible dissociation energy disintegrated the magnetic field of their body cells. In such a harsh environment, no living creature could survive. No living creature could survive. Lasers, infrasonic, sound wave weapons, gravitational weapons. Skynet controlled the steel throne and revealed hundreds of cannon turrets. They controlled all sorts of physics and attacked the clone army. Tens of thousands of clones were annihilated in the electromagnetic torrent. Only a few clones managed to adapt to the harsh environment. They turned into all sorts of aberrations and retreated. The army of clones that blotted out the sky and covered the earth fused into their midst, forming a gigantic meatball. This strange creature with no eyes and no mouth braved the destructive attacks of Skynet to advance. Its body was continuously destroyed, but it regenerated again and again. With the endless resources of the clones behind it, it expanded its body crazily and extracted energy from Skynet. Most of Skynet's weapons could no longer harm this creature that was like an energy black hole. However, this creature was still plundering energy and matter. The steel that it devoured would no longer be used as raw materials. Instead, it would fuse with the huge creature. Skynet was getting stronger as it fought. This was the first time they encountered such a logistics black hole. All of their advantages were useless. The destruction of Skynet was right in front of them. Phagocytic cells. Interesting, Chinon commented. In the distance, Scott suddenly turned to Wolverine. Can Skynet do anything against such an attack? Its destruction seems to be right in front of us. Skynet will never be destroyed. As long as there's one iron ion left on Earth, it can survive. Even if there's no iron ion left, it can develop into another form. Logan sighed. It might be heavily injured and go into hiding for a period of time until it surpasses its opponent's technology. Logan hesitated again. He frowned. Even if it's the first generation of Skynet, it shouldn't be this weak. Its reaction isn't intense. There are many advanced technologies that it hasn't brought out yet. What technologies? Lady Storm's word frowned. Superluminous particle acceleration, spatial distortion, atomic shock bombs, solar fusion strikes, gravity wells. What are these? Lady Storm's word was a little dizzy. Space physics and energy physics aren't up to par. It's better not to think about these. Let me think, what clone army will be added to Manhattan in the future? I remember we only encountered it when Skynet was developing its global strategy. The timeline has been messed up by us. The first Skynet base in Manhattan was built because Houston Observatory. A researcher ran over in a hurry and accidentally fell to the ground. The people behind him ignored him and stepped on him. Dozens of researchers in white coats ran around the observation room in panic. A white-haired old man shouted at the sky, "Ah, the apocalypse is here, it's here. Washington, this is Houston. We're observing an asteroid with a diameter of 20 kilometers approaching Earth. It's moving very fast. We only have 3 minutes left. The landing point is New York, Manhattan. It can split the entire Americas into 2 continental shelves. We humans will be the second dinosaur. It's too late. Even the nuclear bombs are too late. It's not a matter of the number of deaths, but whether humans can continue to exist. The United States is finished. Humanity is finished. Its power can't be compared to tens of thousands of nuclear bombs. There's nothing we can do. I say, let God bless us. God bless the United States." Wolverine dropped the cigar in his hand. He said in a daze, the first Skynet base was built from a metallic asteroid with a diameter of more than 20 kilometers. That's why it's called the Swallowing Star. There's no meteorite here. Lady Storm's word was confused. Scott scratched his head. Wait, you mean this meteorite fell now? The super technology here is the gravity well. No wonder Skynet didn't react. It's adjusting the parameters of the gravity well. Most of its experience was spent on the asteroid. Will the 20-kilometer asteroid destroy New York? Lady Stormsword asked anxiously. There are millions of people here. Apocalypse is a lunatic. Not New York, but the entire world. Wolverine sighed. It's going to destroy the world with a meteorite just to destroy a monster. God, can we stop it? It's too late, but we don't have to worry. The world wasn't destroyed last time. It might not be the same this time, right? Wolverine pretended to be relaxed. You lunatic. There wasn't a clone army last time, but now there is. There wasn't a monster last time, but now there is. We can't just sit here and do nothing. God, what's your name? Lady Stormsword put her hands together and prayed sincerely. At that moment, the people of the American continent felt something strange above their heads. A strange vibration came from the sky. In Houston, the researcher sat on the ground. His forehead was drenched in sweat. He said to the lady from the White House on the other side of the phone, "The meteorite is about to enter the atmosphere. It's entering very smoothly. It's the best angle. It's a success in one go. In 3 seconds, we'll be able to enjoy the Earth's great opposition. This is the beauty of the apocalypse. Dear, what's your name?" The people of New York looked up and saw the sun falling. A dazzling sun fell towards them. It was brilliant and extremely beautiful. It was like a meteor streaking across the night sky. The meteorite fell from the sky and burned itself. For a moment, human civilization might be just like this meteorite, short but brilliant. In the conference room, everyone sat paralyzed on the ground and looked at the approaching asteroid in the 3D projection. These noble big shots were sweating profusely. They looked like dogs that had fallen into the water. In their hearts, they wished they could turn back time and never provoke this lunatic apocalypse again. To hell with the clones. It can be discussed. Everything can be discussed. A few of the most powerful people on Earth begged, "We can take a step back. You don't have to destroy the asteroid. Stop it. Please, I beg you." They could already see the outline of the meteorite. An old man collapsed on the ground and clutched his heart. "You lunatic! No one would do something like this." Chin Ong stood on the top of the throne. The impact of the asteroid blew his hair away. "I'm the enemy of the world, and the savior of the world. P.S. Seeking monthly tickets and subscriptions. Everyone, please don't let my ass get blown up." Chapter 104. It was noon in New York, but it was late at night in Beijing. 3 River Pavilion. The people who slept late were surprised to see that it was dawn in the east. The sun fell from the sky, bringing flames and light back to the place where it rose. The golden flames and dazzling light illuminated the land in the east, then swept over the sea, the wilderness, and the mountains, falling toward the east coast of America. This was the sun that cut across the sky, and it was also the demon god in golden feathers. At this moment, the whole world suddenly fell silent. The people in power who could easily decide the life and death of a country, the big shots who attacked a country in the financial market, at this moment, could only pray with their heads in their hands. Power, wealth, and even strength and ambition seemed so laughable and insignificant in this world-destroying disaster. These people in power who felt that a disaster was imminent were extremely envious of the ignorant, ordinary people at this moment. At least they did not have to experience the feeling of suffocation in the countdown to death, and they did not have to deeply feel their own powerlessness. The American Air Force on the West Coast took off. They received orders from their superiors, and in just 2 minutes, they took off with strategic weapons. At the same time, 2 nuclear missiles with a yield of more than 25 million tons set off from the base in the Rocky Mountains, forming the second line of defense. Several strategic-level mutants received an emergency notice and formed the third line of defense. In just a short minute, 3 lines of defense. To destroy a metal asteroid weighing hundreds of millions of tons, and at the same time to ensure the safety of Earth, This was simply an impossible task. The fragility of the atmosphere could make their actions suicidal at any time. The nuclear weapons of the United States could destroy the living environment dozens of times, but they could not do anything to protect themselves. Are you crazy? Detonating a nuclear bomb in the stratosphere, with a yield of 25 million tons at that. Do you know that doing this will shroud the whole world in nuclear waste? Within 50 years, the global safety level of radiation will seriously exceed the limit. You are turning the whole world into a Nobel. The president pulled the military representative's tie. He waved his fist, and his expression was extremely fierce. Without my order, who allowed you to do this? We did not have time to ask for instructions, and directly initiated the emergency filing. This is in accordance with the law. The military representative's expression was gloomy. He snatched the tie back from the president and said solemnly, "No matter what the consequences are, we first have to survive. Spending the rest of my life in a nuclear base is much better than being destroyed by a destructive tsunami brought by a meteorite." The military representative thought to himself. He could definitely hide in the nuclear base with his family, but he might not be able to survive the collision. How could something that could wipe out an entire biological era be so easy to deal with? In this case, the choice was obvious. Washington could already see the sun skimming across the sky. Its angle of entry was a bit strange. The angle was so small that it was abnormal. Scientists even suggested a special possibility that it could pass the Earth, then escape gravity and bounce out of the atmosphere. Unfortunately, after calculating the asteroid's potential energy and the Earth's gravitational pull, the Earth's gravitational pull could not be calculated. They gave up on this conjecture. The potential energy of the asteroid was no longer enough to break through the first cosmic speed limit. At the outer layer of the atmosphere, its special angle of entry consumed a lot of energy. In fact, it should have been bounced out of the atmosphere. It was like throwing stones into the water. At the thought of this, a figure appeared in everyone's mind. I need a moment to destroy the Statue of Liberty. And to destroy Manhattan, I need 3 seconds. 3 minutes in New York, 3 hours in New York State, 3 days in the United States. Even the world only needs 3 weeks. Whether you are a hero or a sinner, whether you are a mutant or an ordinary person, find me and stop me. There was a soft explosion, and the fighter plane exploded into a ball of fireworks before the violent earthquake. The strategic weapons they carried could not cut through the ionosphere outside the meteorite at all. In the radar, the asteroid was invisible at this moment, and no electronic equipment could break through this defense. The nuclear bomb exploded in front of the meteorite. The strategic-level mutant Prophet sent guidance data from far away in New York. The professor established a mental network. The precision-guided nuclear bomb accurately exploded in front of the meteorite. This was a specially calculated angle. It was very likely that the meteorite would be dismembered into small pieces. A mushroom cloud appeared in the stratosphere. The ultimate weapon of mankind played its role of destroying the world. The dazzling third and fourth suns appeared in the sky. The 4 suns appeared in the sky together with a trace of the mythical apocalypse. The strange thing was that the brightness of the nuclear bomb seemed to have decreased by several levels. In the distant monitoring instrument, everyone stopped cheering and looked at the instrument that sounded the alarm. They looked at the lit meteorite. A layer or 2 of halos appeared around it, giving it a layer of mythical brilliance. It swallowed the nuclear bomb. A researcher stammered. The fine gravitational halos restrained the nuclear radiation, forming 2 golden halos around the meteorite. From the ground, it looked like the halo of the sun. If someone could see this meteorite, they would be surprised to find that this irregular meteorite was quickly adjusting itself. Molten metal flowed on its surface, etching strange patterns that were full of complex beauty. Gradually, its shape became more and more regular, like a strange-looking bullet. On this meteorite, amazing changes were constantly happening. At the moment when the nuclear bomb exploded, these strange lines suddenly lit up. The invisible gravitational field restrained and tamed this unruly and violent energy, injecting a cardiac stimulant into the meteorite. The gravitational field broke through the blockade of the ionosphere, achieving the communication between Skynet and the meteorite. Skynet First Planet Destroyer Bomb adjustment complete. It can break through the mantle. Do you want to detonate it at the core? Landing point corrected. The target is escaping from the first position. Radar locked. Real-time guidance beginning. First layer of gravitational field unlocked. Core, gravitational field ready. Radiation halos in place. First landing point fine-tuning. Outside New York, a few strategic-level mutants were waiting. Shockwave looked at the sky with surprise. The trajectory of the meteorite has changed. Has the apocalypse been fine-tuned? Shockwave shook his head and replied, "No, the physical constants of Manhattan have not changed. This is the minor adjustment made by the asteroid itself. Its target might be the escaping gene mutant. Can we let the base change the location of the mutant's escape? Guide the meteorite to the deep sea and let the water flow buffer it? Storm Lady is still in Manhattan. She can help us deal with the huge amount of water vapor that evaporates. Magneto can also provide a buffer. As for Shockwave, you can suppress the incoming tsunami. I'll be responsible for the geological activity. The base can no longer control the mutant, but the good news is that they still have a certain amount of influence. Now, the mutant has begun to escape to the open sea of Manhattan. However, we only have a minute. It won't be able to get far. I'll stop the meteorite. You guys go chase the mutant away." Card King said decisively. People who had never faced a meteorite falling from the sky could not imagine such power. The earthquake had already destroyed everything that dared to rise into the stratosphere. Even migratory birds that could fly higher fell from the sky. Even though they were far away, their internal organs were still shattered. At the outermost layer, the friction between the meteorite and the air created infrasound and ultrasonic waves. People living on the west coast of the United States were already suffering from nausea and fainting symptoms. Infrasound weapons swept across the United States. Then came the high-frequency ultrasonic waves. Card King faced the first wave of the meteorite and was attacked by a powerful ultrasonic wave. The powerful sound wave energy shattered the surface of his skin. His red muscles were exposed. His armor made of adamantium was like a bone-scraping steel knife. It shattered the fillings and peeled off a layer of his skin. "Blue Devil, are you okay?" Blue Devil, who was hugging him, replied in a low, muffled voice, "My skin is fine. It looks like I can take it. However, it seems like you can't get close anymore. Send me directly to the surface of the meteorite." Card King said decisively, "No, the earthquake will shatter us. Moreover, I can't get close to the meteorite protected by the gravitational field." Blue Devil rejected the suggestion directly. "But the world is about to be destroyed. What's the point of us living? Can we risk it?" Card King said calmly, "Impossible. The apocalypse is far better than me in terms of gravity and space. Much better than me. I've read his space physics. I can't understand half of it and can't do the exercises. This isn't a problem that can be solved by fighting. If you can, then you can. If you can't, then you can't. There's no such thing as risking it," Blue Devil advised. "Will he destroy the world?" Card King tried his best to stabilize himself, allowing Blue Devil to carry him and stay in midair. "I don't know if he will this time, but he did it the last time. This is also the reason why I betrayed Magneto. He challenged the apocalypse and was destined to fail. As long as Magneto's understanding of electromagnetism can't surpass the apocalypse, there is no other possibility. He controls the apocalypse of Skynet. As long as he studies it thoroughly, he can replicate the effects of any Esper ability. Furthermore, it will far surpass the original Esper ability. Now, I can't predict what he wants to do. Everything is a mess. Even the prophet can't see anything related to him. The sun approached the two of them. The powerful earthquake made Card King look incomparably miserable. The meteorite that swept through the void was shockingly fast. They only had one chance to attack. If Card King couldn't detonate the meteorite, their operation this time would be a complete failure. By injecting the meteorite's powerful kinetic energy into the material, this huge bomb had the power to destroy the Earth. Fortunately, Card King could temporarily control it. It might be a good idea to detonate it in outer space. Card King, who had given his all, finally approached the meteorite. His body had already been scorched black. In order to break through the sky seismic wave and the ionosphere, they had already lost half of their lives. However, when the meteorite crashed into them, Card King still stood in front of it. When his fingertips touched this huge object, the expected shattering of his body and bones didn't happen. There wasn't even a burning sensation. The temperature of thousands of degrees in the outer layer was like an illusion. The cold touch made Card King's mouth open. The expected powerful kinetic energy didn't come. The metal in front of them was like a liquid door, revealing a hollow tunnel. They passed through the asteroid, just like that. It's alive! Blue Devil looked at the meteorite in shock. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The residents of New York felt like they had just watched a 1-minute sunrise. They saw the sun, and the blinding light made it hard for them to open their eyes. A giant meteorite with a diameter of 20 kilometers fell from the sky with the power to destroy everything. The cloned Xenogeneic, which was already close to the deep sea, struggled helplessly. It had evolved giant gills and a tail fin. Its body was a few hundred meters long, and its tail created a small tsunami. It struggled helplessly and dove into the deep sea. The meteorite collided with the surface of the water for the first time. It seemed like there was no resistance. It only took 3 seconds for millions of tons of seawater to evaporate into water vapor. The sea that was a few hundred meters deep was sucked dry, revealing dry land. The Xenogeneic immediately evaporated when the meteorite collided with it. The water vapor, which was a few thousand meters high, spread in all directions. Some hidden energy-devouring cells were mixed in with the large amount of matter and were ejected into the atmosphere. These matter would float above the stratosphere for at least 50 years and spread to all parts of the world. The energy-devouring cells were full of expansive energy-devouring cells. It was bound to cause a biochemical crisis. Of course, the premise was that humans could survive the 30 years of harsh winter and the following geological and climatic disasters. However, Chinong did not give it the chance to do so. The large amount of matter around the meteorite seemed to be attracted by a powerful energy. It quickly moved toward the meteorite. The evaporated water vapor, the broken crust, the magma, and the large amount of soil and rocks were tightly pulled to the side of the meteorite. The powerful gravity compressed the large amount of matter to 10 times the density. The nuclear halo exploded. The temperature on the surface of the sun caused the soil and rocks to undergo a qualitative change, forming a glass-like product. The melted matter ball evaporated all the possibility of life existing on it. The gravitational wave caused the nuclear bomb to explode on a relatively narrow surface. The concentrated energy increased the destructive power of light and heat by more than 10 times. This time, even if it was the energy-devouring cells, their survival ability would not be able to survive under this kind of endless carbon-based energy. The gravitational wave cut off the conductive ability of matter. Without the restraint of gravity, the crust lost most of its kinetic energy. The remaining energy was also eliminated when the gravitational wave returned. A meteorite weighing hundreds of millions of tons fell beside the New Yorkers, but they only felt a slight tremor under their feet. They looked into the distance in confusion, looking at the place where the sun disappeared. The sky had regained the appearance of sun. The New Yorkers looked around in shock. The people on the beach were dumbfounded. The sun had fallen into the sea. They saw the sun with a huge tail of flames sinking into the sea. Then a cloud pillar that was tens of thousands of meters tall appeared. The tide seemed to have fallen into a bottomless pit. It quickly retreated, revealing the wet bottom of the sea. The hundreds of meters of waterline disappeared in front of the people's eyes. The New Yorkers who vaguely knew what had happened screamed and ran away as fast as they could. Behind them, a white curtain connected the sky to the sea. The waves were rolling with white foam, hanging hundreds of meters high. A water curtain that connected the sky rushed toward the New Yorkers. To be continued. Chapter 105. Redks. Huge waves hundreds of meters high pushed from the depths of the Atlantic Ocean to the east coast of the United States. Billions of tons of seawater pressed down from the sky. This kind of pressure that could destroy everything was not something a human body could withstand. This was the first time that New Yorkers had faced the terror of the tsunami head-on, and this moment had also become a nightmare for many people. A huge wall of water swept over from afar, destroying everything in its path at a speed faster than a galloping horse. The stranded cruise ship was swept into the tsunami, producing the sound of steel being crushed and deformed. Many people gave up hope and stopped at the beach in despair. They looked at the grim reaper in the distance. People hugged each other to comfort their uneasy hearts, or hysterically vented their despair and collapse. More people knelt on the ground and prayed devoutly. Tens of thousands of people from the East Coast to New York City looked at the huge waves in the distance. Chun-Ong walked leisurely from Manhattan to the shore. His pace was not fast, but every step he took was very far. It was as if he had shrunk hundreds of meters of land into a single step. His lonely figure walking against a tide of people from east to west was particularly obvious. Soon, someone recognized him. Fear, anger, piety, fanaticism, hatred, disgust, and all kinds of different emotions appeared on the faces of these people, but they were always silent. Many old people bowed down and worshipped him. Someone shouted, "The end is near, the end is near. The night who brought war, famine, plague, and death to us. The kingship of the earth belongs to our Lord, his Christ. He will be king, as for the endless world. Archangel of the apocalypse, you have brought the apocalypse. The 7 angels have blown the horn of the end." Chun-Ong glanced at the fanatical crowd. There were many upper-class elites in suits and leather shoes. There were even intellectuals who had received higher education. They were fanatically chanting the words of the Bible, welcoming the arrival of heaven. The impending disaster and death destroyed their spirit. When people were desperate, they would instinctively look for a new spiritual pillar to support their spiritual world. They would place their hope in an illusory religion to comfort themselves in fear. In history, many fanatics were born this way. "You murderous devil, madman, monster, get out of my way." Those who had a mental breakdown could choose to support themselves with faith. There was also a hysterical outburst. A young white man rushed out, but before he could reach Chun-Ong, he was pinned to the ground by a fanatical believer. He struggled. He cursed, "You monsters in human form invade our home and destroy our happiness. Mutants, get out of here. Mutants, go to hell." Chun-Ong was not interested in looking at them, whether they were believers who put their spirits in religion or racists who were on the verge of collapse, whether they worshipped him as a god or feared him as a devil or a ghost. These people weren't worth him wasting his energy on. People who couldn't control their own minds and souls couldn't refine themselves through changes and blows. A person who could become strong was undoubtedly a weakling. Such weaklings weren't worth his attention. The fishy smell of the seawater had already reached the tip of the pen. The splashing water droplets had even splashed onto the skin of the people closest to it. The cold water droplets. It fell from above like rain, bringing with it a fishy and salty smell, rumbling as it rolled down. The huge wave that came crashing down like a mountain stopped in front of Chun-Ong like a huge wall. The giant water wall that stretched for hundreds of miles and the monstrous waves that were hundreds of meters high surrounded the periphery of New York like a wall. The huge amount of seawater brought with it a heart-wrenching pressure, but it was solidified into a dark blue curtain wall. As Chen walked forward step by step, the seawater parted to form a wide passage, revealing the dry ground at the bottom of the sea. Corals and aquatic creatures were exposed to the air, and the cloud pillars in the sky shone brightly. The passage was so wide that it could pass through 8 carriages and extend into the distance. At the end of the passage, the Skynet base broke out of the glassy shell. It was a huge volume with a diameter of nearly 20 kilometers. The dark blue anti-gravity engine under it vibrated slightly, and the huge base floated into the air. The Millennium Falcon spaceship entered the base. Everyone watched as the huge water screen slowly closed up. The turbulent sea surface became extremely calm. Even the huge tsunami that was hundreds of meters tall gradually subsided. The clouds dissipated and the waves receded. The floating metal island reflected the brilliant rays of the sun. All of this made everyone feel suffocated. In the Congress of Washington, the president faced the Congress members with serious expressions. He cleared his throat and said slowly, "Ladies and gentlemen, just yesterday we brushed past the most dangerous and destructive disaster in human history. This is far more dangerous than the Cuban Missile Crisis. It is a deep threat to the survival and continuation of mankind. The United States has reached its most dangerous moment. We are facing the most dangerous technological product since the explosion of knowledge. People who love peace all over the world will not sit and watch this dangerous development and growth. This is a new war, a war that concerns the life and death of a country, the survival of a race, and even the survival of mankind. We are facing a silent declaration of war. Our opponent is not a person, not a mutant, but a new civilization, a new race, an intelligent life created by mankind. Our war with it has already started at a low intensity. This war is not about compromise and interests, nor is it about freedom and dictatorship. It is a war of civilization and survival. Gentlemen, it is time to face up to all of this. We have already suffered several defeats, military defeats. It has taken over the heart of New York, the most brilliant jewel in the crown of the United States. We cannot ignore it because of coexistence. We cannot have illusions because of a short period of peace. The most dangerous moment has arrived. Let us open our eyes and take a look. Look at everything that has happened. Ladies and gentlemen, do you still think that this war has nothing to do with you? As the president, I am issuing the first presidential order of the year. All of the people of the United States, regardless of whether you are white or black, middle class or working class, mutant or ordinary human, unite. Everyone present looked solemn. They stood up straight, and the applause that lasted for a long time resounded in the Congress. The two parties that had been opposing each other for a long time stood together in the face of serious threats to the interests of their own class. The most powerful system on Earth, the war chariot, was slowly moving. With the power of human beings, can they stop it? The Anti-Discrimination Mutants Protection Act was passed. After Chen proved the terrifying potential of the mutants, they quickly got the corresponding status. Chen proved that the mutants not only had destructive power, but also a more threatening creative ability. These mutants with all kinds of strange abilities, who knew what they would create. Today, the mutants all over the world set off the study of physics and biology. In higher education this year, the proportion of mutants was as high as 5%. No one dared to deny their potential. Under the encouragement of Chen, more mutants stood up to compete for a higher status in society. A part of the moderates, under the leadership of the professor, expressed their willingness to integrate into the human community. The forgiveness movement started by the professor used family affection and love to inspire the mutants to return to their families. They used universal love to integrate into the human community, popularize the knowledge of mutants, and actively promote the idea that genetic mutations can happen in every family, defend the human rights of mutants, and protect our children. After the professor proved that the origin and mutation of mutants was random, they and the American Mother Alliance launched the forgiveness movement, which allowed thousands of homeless and runaway teenagers to return to their families. The idea of mutants returning to their families broke out. Although the forces of discrimination were still strong, this time the professor's point of view was finally recognized by mainstream society. A large number of mutated humans began to cooperate with the government to carry out mutual scientific experiments and learning. Many of the mutated humans at the bottom of society obtained the opportunity to be funded by the state. After this behemoth was launched, most of the mutated humans were tied to this chariot. Next was the National Military Adjustment Act. $500 billion of military spending would be invested in the research of cell research, gene coding, high-energy physics, astrophysics, space physics, theoretical physics, and energy physics in the fourth quarter. Microscopic weapons, energy weapons, genetic weapons, biochemical weapons, nuclear weapons replaced the research projects of traditional weapons and equipment. Tens of millions of researchers in research institutes all over the United States carried out more than hundreds of thousands of large and small projects. The number one weapon research project was, of course, the Sentinel Robot Research Project. The number one space physics research project was, of course, the Supergravity Engine Particle Collider. There was also the Mutant X Genome Project, Celestial Gravitational Wave Research Project. Countless interesting, bizarre, and even absurd projects were filed because of one possibility. Even the remains of the Skynet robots were secretly studied. In some dark corners, the forces from outer space were ready to make a move, reducing the military and equipment, focusing on the development of new science and new weapons, from North America to Europe, from South Asia to East Asia. A very extensive scientific cooperation was finally facilitated by the attack of Skynet. The Skynet base launched from the moon launched low-intensity wars at the world's resource points. It provoked the world's military forces. The most mature biochemical weapons were quickly developed. America's cloned superpower weapons, biochemical soldiers, Europe's Angel Project, Perfect Soldier, Asia's China's biochemical implants, and Japan's human body modification. The mutants' tactical superpower genes were quickly researched and developed. These biochemical plugins with genetic chains could be popularized. Super speed, super strength, super recovery, sharp observation, telepathy, electromagnetic control, flame control, acid control, and a few superpowers that were most beneficial to metals were quickly developed. In those remote resource points that were difficult to develop, the biochemical troops and Skynet had limited contact and war. A new generation had begun, to be continued. Chapter 106. Redx, Magneto, and Demonis had already been injected with the evolution elixir. The complex genetic code and electromagnetic physics revealed a deeper layer of the truth of the world. Chen Ong had recently canceled his sleep time, using 30 minutes of meditation instead of sleep, and devoted most of his time to research. He had even unlocked the next level of intelligence in Skynet. With basic research, Demonis Matter Alteration Arcana, Matter Imitation Arcana, and Magneto's Magnetic Field Control Arcana were quickly digested by the metal life. Chun Eng's research on magnetic metals, metal magnetic fields, and atomic robots had come to an end. Skynet had started its third evolution. Atomic spin magnetic field energy allowed Skynet to have an endless supply of energy in places with gravity and magnetic fields. The research on magnetized nanorobots and modified metals had taken a big step forward in Skynet's technology tree. The self-replication ability of nanorobots had also been upgraded to magnetized metal atomic replication. Any possible alloy material had absolute replication ability in terms of atomic structure. Although the weakened nuclear force and atomic reconstruction metals of the interstellar era could not be replicated, the physical properties of most of the metals on Earth could be replicated by the Skynet robots at will. They could even be optimized to the extreme. Skynet's communication technology consisted of short-range magnetic communication and long-range gravitational communication. Now that Skynet had entered the main moon base, astronomical communication devices had also officially begun to be developed. In the research room of the Manhattan base, Chinong was in a distorted gravitational anomaly space. An atom was pulled into an anomaly state by gravity and was forced to change from a particle state to a matter wave state. The atom in the wave state in the same dimension was observed at the same time collapsing into two entangled particles. In the same universe, superimposed coherent atoms would appear in the same state. Information transmission, reaching a relatively extreme speed, real-time transmission between the Moon and Earth had been achieved. Skynet's exploration vanguard, carrying communication atoms, they set off on a journey to explore the Sun. After solving the communication problem, Skynet had subbases stationed on the 8 planets of the solar system. Even further away, Pluto, Uranus, and Neptune. They were also in preparation, and the exploration outside the solar system was also put on the agenda. On Earth, mankind's biochemical technology had made astonishing progress. Biochemical creatures already possessed the ability to be immortal at the cellular level. Their special ability weapons had also become more powerful. They only needed to replenish organic matter to be able to operate around the clock without any logistics. All-terrain weapons with decent combat power were attacking Skynet's forces on Earth. But soon, Skynet's widespread upgrade would shock everyone. Skynet robots had advanced from the nanometer level to the atomic level. They could already control nuclear energy, and, of course, they could turn them into weapons at any time. A biochemical organism at the cellular level was completely unable to attack an atomic-level robot. The microscopic level was not on the same level. The difference in combat power would be astronomical. But Chan-Ong felt that this kind of Skynet, it was no longer suitable to bring pressure to mankind. He needed to control the degree of pressure. Giving pressure was not a problem, but he could not cause the government to collapse. Without a strong organizational ability, how could mankind's technology develop rapidly? Recently, many large enterprises, social organizations, and individuals had expressed their intention to join Chinong could not tolerate this kind of traitor who destroyed the unity and progress of mankind. Psychology and social tactics could not be underestimated. If they destroyed the development plan of mankind's scientific and technological progress, it would directly shake the foundation of mankind's progress. In terms of human development, the interests of Chinong and the governments of various countries were highly aligned. Therefore, these anti-human forces that tried to join and attach themselves were dealt with by both Skynet and mankind. The insanity of Skynet eradicated the will of anyone who wavered. Evans, the founder of the divine sect 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 of the members of the Skynet. Religion had no power to resist. Facing this omnipotent robot, they could not even find a target to fight back against. Except for themselves, everyone here was Skynet. Every atom and every substance was controlled by Skynet. Even they themselves could not rule out the possibility of being turned into Skynet. The pure suppression of technology. These elites who had lost hope in mankind saw the reason for their despair with their own eyes. The Skynet religion was formed by scientists and elites who had lost their faith. They deified Skynet to fill the emptiness in their hearts. But what they did not know was that they who had lost their faith were not even of value to Chinong. Why? Why? I'm clearly your supporter. The human race is already an incurable race. They're filled with depravity and filth. They're existences that should be destroyed. Why do you still allow them to exist? I look forward to the day when you destroy the human race, even if I'm included. But why? Why didn't you do anything when you had such a great advantage? Before Evans died, he did not even feel regret. Instead, he felt a deep hatred for mankind. He questioned Skynet crazily. This madness even confused Skynet's artificial intelligence. The immature Skynet did not understand the self-destructive nature of mankind. It answered Evans' question, which was rare. Because intelligent beings are wealth. In the universe, there are tens of millions of galaxies. In the Milky Way, there are 2 trillion galaxies. In the solar system, the size of Earth is only 1/billionth of that. In the long river of time on Earth, the geological time is 5 billion years. The lifetime is 2 billion years, and the time for intelligent beings is only 10,000 years. Intelligent beings are the miracle of the universe. The universe does not lack living space and material resources. Mankind is Earth's greatest wealth. The Creator created me and imprinted the miracle of respect for life in my core. It took humans 50,000 years to learn how to use stone tools. It took them 5,000 years to enter the era of empirical science. It only took them 500 years to enter classical physics and 50 years to enter microscopic and macroscopic physics. But the end of life is death, and the end of civilization is destruction. There were countless species in this world, but most of them have gone extinct. No one knows what the next 20 years will be like. Will it be progress or destruction? The Creator hopes for progress, and that is why I am here. The progress of Earth is what the Creator hopes to see. The pursuit of knowledge and progress is the fundamental goal of civilization, and also the Creator's goal. Anyone who tries to stop this progress is my real enemy. After Skynet finished speaking, Evans felt that it was ridiculous. He stared blankly at his body disappearing bit by bit. Haha, the end of the world, the apocalypse, is just a scam. Skynet, you and mankind will be destroyed. I look forward to the day of judgment. Evans laughed as he was disassembled into atoms. Skynet fell silent and stopped all activities. The cruise ship was empty except for the crew. Nothing had changed. The silent Skynet was like a real ship floating on the sea until someone discovered it. Then, another legend of a ghost ship was spread. In Chun Eng's lab, the primitive cells of Darwin and the cells of the demonic woman were placed together. Chun Ong was conducting genetic deconstruction research, combining the demonic woman's genetic mutation ability with Darwin's cellular adaptability, and using the evolution elixir to open their mutation valve. Chun Ong had opened Pandora's box. A type of abnormal mutation ability was born. It could be called an evolved species. With these cells as the base, Chun Ong reshaped these creatures for the sake of evolution and survival. They combined the primitive genes of Darwin, the fusion ability of the demonic woman, and the ability to transform. They had the ability to recombine genes and evolve genes. They were already a terrifying species that could parasitize and absorb the superior genes of other creatures. However, these creatures were also combined with the telepathic communication ability of the White Queen, and Chun Ong gave them collective telepathic consciousness. As long as they had the genes of the mutants, they could evolve into creatures with the corresponding abilities. They could parasitize and reproduce with just a little bit of cells. These creatures that were close to the aliens had the possibility of becoming the ultimate creatures based on their instincts. However, Chun Ong still thought that this was a failure. It only took humans 5,000 years to evolve from the Bronze Age to microscopic physics, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Even he was not sure about the future of human civilization. However, these creatures, given tens of thousands of years of development, they might occupy the Milky Way and evolve into cosmic life. But so what? They would still be a life without a future. This kind of parasitic species had no development potential and could only improve by destroying civilizations. It was fine if they encountered the weak period of intelligent life, but if they encountered the human civilization hundreds of years later or some civilizations in the evolution period, they would be destroyed. Just like a parasitic vine that climbed a tree, its height was determined by the height of the host. When the host civilization fell, it would fall too. The potential of such a parasitic species was something that Chin-Ong did not care about. What he needed was a species that could learn and have wisdom. Skynet's learning ability was very strong, especially in some technological applications. Even Chin-Ong could not keep up with its development speed. However, this kind of wisdom was limited. The primitive metal cells that truly had creative wisdom had been sealed by Chin-Ong recently. Skynet's mathematical system, culture, and logic system had begun to take shape. Of course, all of this was under Chin-Ang's control, but Skynet had begun to evolve towards intelligent life. A new species should also have wisdom and a technological system, even if it was limited. Under this guidance, the mutants were born. This kind of social species that developed on the path of biochemical technology had the terrifying ability to evolve individually and develop a race. While retaining the parasitic ability of the aliens, Chin-Ong added in the biochemical technology tree and wisdom enlightenment of the Zerg race. This kind of Zerg alien was named by Chin-Ong as a mutant to be continued. P.S. 6,000 words completed. I wanted to publish all 3 chapters at once, but I overestimated my ability. The 3rd chapter is only 1,000 words. There's not enough time left, so I'll publish 2 chapters first. Chapter 107. In the Skynet base in a well-equipped biochemical laboratory, countless embryos are suspended in a cylindrical glass column, soaked in a light blue nutrient solution. These embryos of different sizes and shapes have a cold, cruel feeling. These life forms that were created were like products, and they could touch the fear in the hearts of everyone who came here. The deep feeling of being dominated at will. Even when Magneto came here, his temperament was slightly gloomy. Obviously, the desecration of life here reminded him of the bad memories of his childhood. Those lifeless embryos, gray bodies, made Magneto feel disgusted, especially a few embryos that were close to humanoid, which made him feel depressed with nowhere to vent. In the empty laboratory, the cold experimental equipment, the lifeless experimental bodies, and a kind of bone-deep coldness and indifference. This made Magneto's anxiety close to madness. The strong uneasiness in his heart made him afraid to do anything here, but the accumulation of emotions has reached a dangerous, critical value. After a long period of adjustment, Magneto has been able to face these things that represent his cold past. But this does not mean that he is happy here. On the contrary, everything here is stimulating his nerves and making him irritated. I don't know why you asked me to come here. If you want to influence something, congratulations, you succeeded. But what you get will definitely not be the result you want. Magneto's voice was a little weak, but his gray head was still held high, and his thin spine was straight. This old man, standing like an iron nail firmly nailed to the ground, with an inviolable majesty, like an old lion, no longer with sharp claws. But the power is still there. You're in. Chin-Ong walked in from the door behind him, holding a Skynet data projection in his hand, which was densely packed with scientific reports. He didn't lift his eyes for half a moment. Chin-Ong sat straight at the edge of the laboratory's console. Pointing to the chair in front of him, he invited, "Please sit down." Magneto was nailed back to the chair, and he looked aggressive, as if he would pounce at any moment. But Chin-Ong ignored these things, and he had passed the time when he needed to pay attention to these things. Eric, after your ability evolved, I wonder if you have gained anything different? I'm really looking forward to seeing a new world unfold before your eyes. You gained a different perspective from me, to be able to unlock the genetic seal I placed on you. It seems that your electromagnetic control ability has at least reached the nanometer level. You have a talent like Jason, yet you allow me to come and go as I please. Apocalypse, you are too arrogant. This kind of pointless arrogance will eventually harm you. For people like us, the result is the most important. Don't restrict yourself too much. My hands and feet will be tied, and I won't be able to act freely. Magneto looked at Chunong calmly, a subtle but by no means weak magnetic force. After shifting the surrounding magnetic field, the binding force between atoms changed subtly. The slight shift in the atomic structure was reflected in reality as a powerful, twisting force. In front of Chunong, the iron dung weighing several tons was twisted into a fried dough twist. A huge alloy that was distorted beyond recognition stood in front of the two of them. Chunong just gently pushed it away. So we are not the same kind of people. For me, the process is the most important thing. Or rather, my process is to practice the results I need. If a person is really moving towards a goal, then he won't say that the result is the most important thing. As for Jason's ability to control you, he can only make some puppets, fighting machines, controlled puppets. I don't lack these. It's such a waste. It's better to use them as experimental materials. The word experimental materials from Chunong's mouth made Magneto, who had been calm all the way, raise his eyebrows. He looked past Chunong and looked at the experimental materials around him. Behind Chunong, in the largest colorless and transparent nutrition chamber, a black dot suddenly appeared on the glass wall. Magneto is sure that this is definitely not an impurity, judging from the reaction of electromagnetic waves. It is a microscopic life form. Its population is expanding at an alarming rate, and black dots with small tails are suspended in the nutrient solution. These little lives began to discover the existence of the glass, and they cautiously probed it. In Magneto's view, it was somewhat laughably cautious, but their speed was not slow. It's just that their individual lifespan is too short, so only 20 seconds later, the probing turned into exploration. The little creatures pounced on the glass wall one after another, trying to corrode the glass with a little acid secreted from their mouths. In a few seconds, another group of them died. This time they began to work together, extracting some chemicals from the nutrient solution, and began to explore the subject of chemistry. Magneto was a little obsessed as he watched. These small creatures, whose individual lifespan is only 7 seconds at most, accumulate knowledge of the world bit by bit in the early stage, from chemistry to molecular matter, from liquid physics to space physics. The 7-second life accumulates their exploration of the world with a kind of awe-inspiring terror. They developed acid civilization, liquid civilization, cultivated colloids, and synthesized their own nutrient solutions. In the 87th generation of civilization, thermohydraulic power machines were created. In the 92nd generation of civilization, electrons were discovered and electric currents began to be first applied. In the 94th generation of civilization, space physics was discovered and liquid computers were created. In the 95th generation of civilization, they created magnetically induced fluid detectors and the initial application of electronic warp energy. In the 96th generation of civilization, they created nano-level liquid robots. In the 98th generation of civilization, they created nuclear magnetic fields and strong force elimination technology. In the 99th generation of civilization, they created biochemical fusion technology. Then, because of the derailment of biochemical experiments, these little lives were wiped out like lightning. In the 99th generation of civilization, 693 seconds, 11 minutes and 33 seconds, the glory of a race, the history of a species, was staged one by one in front of Magneto. He saw with his own eyes these little creatures, from liquid chemical civilization to liquid power civilization, liquid electric civilization, and then destruction. The rise and fall of a civilization, a real history of the evolution and extinction of intelligent creatures. Such a soul-stirring experience shocked Magneto. Their greatness and insignificance, their creation and destruction. These species that seem to happen in different dimensions, small bodies in a narrow glass box, staged an epic course of civilization. At some point, Chenong also turned around to look at the empty nutrient column. In the clean nutrient solution, no one could witness a species elegy that lasted only 11 minutes and 33 seconds. What a great civilization! The existence that used to live and die has so many wonderful possibilities because of the birth of wisdom. Chenong sighed. For such a small civilization, humans who have seen their history will feel reverence. Such a civilization evolution is beyond Chenong's expectation. In thousands of experiments, such a species, in extremely accidental circumstances, was born and then quickly destroyed. This is something that Chenong, who has set foot in the field of biochemistry, never expected. Perhaps this is the power of wisdom. Wisdom is a virus, and when it breaks out, its influence is infinite. In principle, the possibilities of intelligent creatures are infinite, and the speed of development is getting faster and faster until it is infinitely large. In the face of a universe without wisdom and abundant matter, intelligent life will grow explosively and begin to progress. They will go farther and faster, and their understanding of the world will become deeper and deeper until they are completely sublimated into an incomprehensible existence. Of course, in this process, self-destruction is the mainstream of development. Destroying oneself and breaking through the universe. Civilization has been swaying between the two. At this moment, Chenong realized the invasion of biochemical technology on the field of life, this unscrupulous blasphemy. This kind of biochemical technology originated from the cloning technology of the Earth civilization. Even Chenong only dared to do limited research to avoid violating some taboos. Skynet recorded this 7-second civilization, the code of life, and accidentally filled the last fragment of the birth of mutants. Right in front of Magneto, in the core pillar of the laboratory, the nutrient solution turned red. A little granulation, suspended in the center of the nutrition chamber. To be continued, P.S. Yesterday, the explosive update period ended at 3 p.m. Because of some matters the day before yesterday, and the week outline. The update was delayed by 3 chapters. This will definitely have to be made up for, but recently the outline really needs to be sorted out and the quality needs to be restored first. In addition to today's 1 chapter, the future updates should be about 5,000 to 6,000 words every day. That is, 2 chapters. When the quality is up in the next few days, we will start to make up the 3 chapters that are missing. Chapter 108. Redx. Magneto's gaze followed the ubiquitous magnetic field and spread around. In this Skynet base, the metal magnetic field reaction is almost everywhere. The structure is closely arranged, and the atomic magnetic field has a subtle compound reaction, arranged into a compact structure. Magnetization smelting, the new metal alloy structure involving electromagnetic and nuclear forces, makes the physical properties of the metals here seem somewhat incredible. With Magneto's level of material science, it can be clearly seen that this kind of material technology involving microscopic physical properties within the atom has brought metal materials to a new peak. The atoms bound by the internal magnetic field constitute the metal materials in Skynet, weakening the mutual repulsion between atoms. He could imagine the huge volume of steel that weighed dozens of tons. Due to the weakening of the mutual repulsion between atoms, its volume had shrunk by several times or even dozens of times. Its dense structure and strength were hundreds of times stronger. All the known materials on Earth were no better than pieces of paper in front of such a material with physical strength. Invincible materials controlled to the atomic level of operational precision. Thinking of this, Magneto even felt a little panic. Most of the government armed forces on the Earth, in the face of the scientific and technological strength shown by Skynet, are really similar to a defenseless little girl. This kind of unsettling, overwhelming strength makes him a little overwhelmed. In the face of such a variable, where should the mutant's brotherhood that he led go? At the base core, a powerful magnetic field binding force controls a mass of blazing energy. The powerful energy distorts the magnetic field, and tens of billions of kilowatt-hours of powerful electricity are transmitted from the base core in all directions every minute and every second. The continuous extraction of deuterium from the sea provides fuel for this magnetic beam nuclear fusion energy core. Chen-Ong followed Magneto's gaze to the core of the base, and the alloy wall in front of him slid silently, sending the nuclear fusion core of the Skynet base to the two of them. Magnetic beam field energy, such perfect magnetic field line control, was successfully replicated by studying your ability. It is just a small step in your magnetic field scientific research. It has broken through a natural moat in the use of nuclear fusion technology. This is talent. Mutants are God's favorite. As long as we take a small step forward, the world will become very different. Apocalypse. You are right about one thing. We mutants need to develop our abilities further. Abilities are a treasure trove, and their significance is not just for fighting. You have reminded me of a very important point. The mutants' special abilities can change the world. They have unlimited potential. The future is a world of special abilities, a world of science. Special abilities are our strength and also our brains. We should better understand them and make use of them. Magneto raised his hand, and a twisted magnetic field appeared in his palm. Some matter condensed from the air, and soon the hydrogen atoms in the air were extracted. Then the oxygen atoms, a little electromagnetic spark, and the flames rose in Magneto's hands. The tumbling flames were bound in the magnetic field, and Magneto played with them in the palm of his hand. He sighed faintly. In the past, I did something wrong. Every mutant is a treasure. They need better guidance. And I'd ignored it. Just by looking at the problem from a different angle, things have become very different. Raging flames. The flames stuck to Magneto's elbow and rushed into the sky, turning into a huge spark. Just a dependent, electric current. Lightning shuttled through his fingertips, following the flicking of his 5 fingers from the electric state, the photon state, the radiation state, to the electromagnetic wave state. Constant changes, and the manipulation of the energy form was handy. Like a tool. Movement. The powerful magnetic field accelerated the molecular motion in the air, and the hot plasma fluid shot out along his fingers, destroying the molecular structure of all substances in its path. This is the essence. Magneto straightened his back like a true king, levitating from the ground without metal armor. He raised his head and laughed into the sky. Temperature is just a manifestation of molecular motion. I am the king of the magnetic field. Electromagnetism is my crown. Light and shadow are my scepter. Radiation and wave state are my robe. I sit high on the throne of electromagnetism, destroy everything with motion and temperature, and create everything with metal and electric current. I am Eric, the king of Magneto. His white hair transformed into dark, and the wrinkles on his face were replaced by oily skin full of vitality. The time on his body seemed to flow backward, from an old man to a young man in the prime of his life. The young version of Magneto bowed gracefully to Chen-Ong. Hello, young and wise king of gravity. We are so different, so we should unite. Magneto, who had awakened his own origin, was fundamentally different from before. He was not a strong man of steel, but the king of electromagnetism. Between atoms, the influence of magnetism was undoubtedly the strongest, 10,000 times stronger than the second strongest force, and gravity was the weakest, 10,000 times weaker than the weak force. The king of Magneto had the strongest control over atoms. Even the Black Phoenix, who had mastered the ability to decompose atoms, would be easily beaten by Magneto in this state. The electromagnetic force, which unified the 3 fundamental forces, was the absolute king of the microscopic world. under the witness of Chen, another world-destroying powerhouse, was born. In the face of such a high-spirited Magneto, Chen just sighed softly. You taught me one thing. IQ really has nothing to do with politics. It's hard to imagine that you still maintain such a naive idea. Chen came to the nuclear fusion core and looked at the core that was glowing with powerful energy. This device could provide 40% of the electricity needed by the North American continent in a day. If this device exploded, half of New York would be turned into ashes. For the United States, the power would be no less than the explosion of 3 or 4 high-yield hydrogen bombs. Of course, it was clean, pollution-free, and radiation-free. I have no interest in building a colonial society of arcanists with you, and I don't think there is anything superior about an era ruled by arcanists. Maybe this is your ambition and dream, but it has nothing to do with me. The survival of mutants is related to every mutant. You say that you are not a mutant, but you have to realize that we are all mutants. From the day we have power and are not controlled by them, we are the mutants of this world. If you are not a mutant, then you are not a human. You are nothing and have no home to return to. Magneto was a little confused. He really had a hard time understanding Chen humans were social animals and could not leave the group's identity and survive alone. Unless Chen wanted to transform into an inhuman, he could only choose between the two camps of humans and mutants. This was a choice between mutants and humans. It was clearly impossible for Chen to get rid of his identity as an alien. Did Chen not understand that his power, his self-assertive behavior, and his madness were unacceptable to any group on Earth except mutants? But Chen did not stand with the Brotherhood. You have no choice but to join us. You know, the professor's naive ideas are impossible to realize. We can only have the power to change the world if we unite. The professor can't control me anymore. His brainwave controller is very powerful, but unfortunately brainwaves are also an electromagnetic wave. Now I am his nemesis. Magneto's sense of superiority is now bursting. His previous opponents have long been ignored. Not to mention the military forces of the United States that were restrained by him. Even his old rival, the professor, whom he has loved and killed for a lifetime. His only concern is the mysterious Chen, who is also the only person he is uncertain about. Chen-Ang's strength is like an iceberg on the sea. With his shallow impression, he can't judge the danger at all. Listening to Magneto's confident declaration, Chen-Ang did not laugh at him, but just passed some electromagnetic waves about the changes in the world to him. For you, the world has changed too fast. Open your eyes and look at the world. The world has indeed changed too fast. Even Chen was a little surprised. Human beings are indeed a species with infinite potential. In the face of the threat of life and death, they can burst out with such crazy energy. In just a few months, the world's basic industry has improved geometrically with the help of black technology. To be continued. Chapter 109. REDX, the contributions of the metal and matter mutants in material science, and the contributions of the optoelectronic mutants in electromagnetism. Hundreds of millions of educated people formed a huge organization and system. When it slowly began to operate, it possessed unimaginable creativity. Even though Magneto was taken away by Chen, this world still achieved remarkable breakthroughs in electromagnetism with the help of Magneto's genes. Countless mutants with weak abilities but great research value volunteered or were forced to become beneficial aids to scientific progress. Just a week ago, the mature magnetic beam nuclear fusion technology was unveiled at the Oak Ridge National Laboratory. Gaussian technology, laser technology, anti-gravity technology, all of them were rapidly maturing. A large number of scientific results exploded with the complete structure of the technology tree. Other than the fixed daily physics experiments, Chen-Ang had no choice but to immerse himself in intense learning. Tens of thousands of scientific results from different disciplines took up most of his time every day. These studies greatly supplemented the gaps in Qin Ang's knowledge system. Many of the results strongly supported his next step of research. The more one learned, the more ignorant one became. Science was a three-dimensional and complex system. Even with the help of Skynet, Qin Ang did not have enough time to conduct comprehensive research. Even if the research involved the genetic reconstruction of cells, the construction of a new type of organ function was still extremely valuable. Even though Skynet had reconstructed the metal material system from the magnetic fluid, human research on the movement and reconstruction of metal molecules had also revealed unknown scientific properties. Qin Ang's advantage was that he had a complete set of scientific systems and an unimaginable learning ability. The complete exploration of the scientific system was the best way and nourishment for his growth and learning. If Magneto opened his eyes and looked at the world, he should be able to see the global war between Skynet and human biochemical technology. Human high-end weapons and the amazing progress of basic science would be able to see the powerlessness of the mutants in the face of the black technology that was even more terrifying than special abilities. Special abilities became the standard weapon of the cyborgs. Electromagnetism became a docile tool in the hands of humans. Nuclear energy, metal materials, and composite materials were in the hands of humans. What kind of imagination and creativity were they? Human society showed an overwhelming advantage over the mutants in terms of intelligence and ability. Science, economy, organization, strength, and military were overwhelming. Most of the mutants could only contribute to the world. They did not have the power to shake this society. Biohumans were manufactured in the factory. They could be loaded with hundreds of combat abilities and could defeat all mutants below the alpha rank. Biochemical prosthesis, cloning cultivation, large-scale equipment for the military and police forces, up to 33 types of abilities, and the support of biochemical technology and weapons. The Sky-Eye system, the global magnetic fluid satellite network, and the collection of ground radars and surveillance from various countries had become a surveillance system second only to Skynet. It might not be as pervasive as Skynet's controllable material surveillance, but it was enough to monitor most places in the world. There was no place to hide. Nuclear fusion technology, photon information network, photon computer, space-based laser strike network. The maglev aircraft, with its terrifying technological advancement, showed its crushing power and powerful integration ability to the mutants. During the period when Magneto left, the self-righteous mutants of the Brotherhood finally saw the power of humans. These mutated humans who thought they were nobler than humans were easily taken care of by a few newly armed police officers. Black technology was obviously more ferocious than abilities. Millions of armed military and police officers, the advancing black technology society, the mutants had become an increasingly important part of the world. But the power of humans, the rapid growth, and the abnormal strength made the mutants feel terrified. Every day in the Middle East, Siberia, and Mexico, humans and Skynet's low-intensity war showed the strength that made the most determined mutants tremble. In this era of intense change, any force that had a weak foundation and was unable to progress would be forgotten in the next second. Now, humans and Skynet were the main characters in this world. It was a world where humans and Skynet were the main characters. It was a world where artificial creatures had undergone great changes and human technology had advanced. The mutants' movement had long been forgotten. Although it had only been less than 3 months since it left, no one thought that these screws placed in the human system could do anything great. Perhaps some of the Alpha and Omega-class mutants still maintained their unique status, but the mutants of lower levels were no longer seen as alien. Their abnormal appearance was forced to be treated, and their genetic defects were made up. Just like the heterochromatic pupils, their small abilities could only become an interesting personality, but they had lost the ability to shake this society. No one thought that these abilities that could be bought with a little money were special. Humans were really a forgetful race. Not long ago, the young man who was at loggerheads and clamored to kill all the mutants was now excitedly buying a cheap prosthetic from a gun shop, such as a glove that could move objects and an earring that could communicate with others. These incredible changes shocked Magneto. He murmured, "What happened? How could this be? Obviously, humans are much more terrifying than you think. The power of science in this world is much more terrifying than the mutants. Abilities are no match for technology." Chen-Ong sighed a little. When humans got serious, Skynet almost couldn't stop them. Although the potential of technology has been accumulated for so many years, the trend of a technological explosion can already be seen. Of course, in this process, Chin-Ang's persistent contribution to the development of human science and the elimination of threats is also indispensable. The nets above snares, above snares, above snares, above snares, above snares below, snares below snares, above snares below, 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 snares below snares. Below snares below, snares below. Snares below snares below, 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 snares below the extreme contraction of the entertainment industry and the financial industry, and the rapid development of new technology. The world is transforming every moment. I didn't expect that in just a few months, I almost don't recognize this world. Magneto laughed at himself. How did this world become like this? Everything he observed and heard through electromagnetic waves deeply shocked his heart and made him begin to wonder if there was any hope for his blueprint in the face of such a system. The power he dreamed of was displayed in such a concentrated manner, and the power he wanted was displayed incisively and vividly. Whether it is the ability of the human government to organize and mobilize, the power to change the fate of countless people with a single word, or the ability of Chin-Ong to provoke the world, to stir up history, to pry the whole world with his personal strength, to shape history and society. He was deeply addicted to it. Eric, a shadow, slowly emerged behind Magneto. The professor stood behind him, just like decades ago, just like when they first met, one was high-spirited and the other was in his prime. Although Magneto was sure that he could target the professor's brainwaves, he overthrew his arrogance when he saw the professor's shadow. Magneto's body was a little stiff, and the professor's voice sounded directly in his heart. The brainwave defense didn't work at all. He wasn't even sure if the professor was projected in the void or formed an illusion in his heart. "Charles, I'm surprised by your change." "Me too, Eric. I'm also making progress and learning. I didn't expect to be able to give me such a big surprise when I saw you. You should know that our career is a success. Mutants are no longer discriminated against. We are accepted, forgiven, understood, and live a normal life in this world. That's your career. I've never wanted to coexist with humans. Have you forgotten all the pain and pain they've brought us? Charles, mutants don't need to be forgiven. We have never done anything wrong. What I want is not to live in the sun, but to achieve a status that corresponds to our strength. But you have failed. The Brotherhood has failed, and the mutants don't need you." The professor sighed. Magneto smiled, narrowed his eyes cunningly, and asked, "If I failed, then why did he let me out? Apocalypse, you let me out, there must be a purpose, right? Tell him, did I fail?" The professor looked at Chin-Ong with a solemn face and said in a deep voice, "You shouldn't do this. But it'll be fun. Sometimes a catfish can make the pool more lively. I gave humans a chance, but I also want to see the potential of mutants. Only by competing can there be progress." Chin-Ong smiled. "But you don't have to do this. Skynet has already put a lot of pressure on them. The human government is already in a mess. Eric will only cause chaos and not bring good results. Things are developing in a good direction, so don't do so many extra things. Hearing the professor's evaluation of him, Magneto just sneered and did not refute. To be continued. P.S. Half an hour late, but still 2 chapters completed. Chapter 110. Redx. Chin-Ong didn't take the professor's words to heart. Although the two have limited cooperation, Chin-Ong is even closer to Magneto in terms of their fundamental positions. They both hope that there will be a change in distance in the world. It's just that the two have different interests and force fields in the world change. The professor, on the other hand, is an idealist who hopes to maintain the status quo and improve the living environment of mutants. He maintains peace, social order, and the interests of vested interests. All of this, Chin-Ong wants to turn the world upside down. If he doesn't break the old, how can he make room for new hope and make room for sunshine and rain? For the sake of social and scientific progress, it's better to ask these old and rotten things to die. This practice of kidnapping the whole world, squeezing the potential and wisdom of all human beings to provide nourishment for their own growth, is bound to have a violent conflict with the professor. Therefore, a Magneto with his claws pulled out is needed to break in the two's positions. Magneto, who has the support of the Brotherhood and mutants, is a poisonous snake hiding in the shadows. Without these, Magneto is just a more powerful mutant. With him representing the interests of some extreme mutants and controlling his power within a certain range, it is of great benefit to social stability during a period of violent change. Chin-Ong doesn't believe that the professor can't see this. As for the professor's peaceful intentions, the two have conflicting ideas. He believes that under the big picture, the professor will cooperate with him. As for what the big picture is, of course, Chin-Ang's plan is the big picture. For an existence that can flip the table at any time, any plan without his cooperation is not the big picture. And Chin-Ong will only agree with his own plan. Therefore, he is the big picture. He believes that the human government and the mutants will put the big picture first, because Chin-Ong can flip the table and leave other people's lives. But it's all on the table. It's not up to them to choose. Visitors from other planes always bully the local natives like this. The professor is also aware of this. After all, Chin-Ong smashed the meteorite not long ago. That asteroid is still floating in Manhattan. This kind of existence that could cause a great clash of heaven and earth at the slightest disagreement made the professor unable to do anything when facing Chin-Ong. This was because of the ending that Chin-Ong had given him. He wasn't the worst one. Therefore, they all had to play along to prevent Chin-Ong from making the entire game over. The professor deliberated for a while before speaking in a gentler way. Some time ago, your attacks on financial institutions and real estate tycoons have seriously affected the social order. The attacks can't achieve the results you want. The projects that you focused on have even been interfered with in retaliation. I hope you can give up on this method and use a more moderate method to achieve your goal. Are you talking about the high-energy atom stabilization technology, the electron interference reaction, and the high-energy level electron jump projects? That was not a revenge attack. Skynet had already destroyed the financial information of the few major financial companies. They were already bankrupt. As for the revenge of the people behind them, ever since Skynet started targeting them, no one has dared to retaliate against me. Compared to money, they cared more about their lives. These few days, we have more research funds for imaginary equations and negative dimensional space geometry. Chin-Ong sighed. The capitalists were indeed smart. They quickly figured out how to avoid Skynet's revenge. These few months, the financial market and real estate market were extremely cold. A large number of funds were withdrawn. High-tech became the new favorite of the capitalists. It seemed that they could still use Skynet to make a lot of money. Of course, the capitalists wouldn't do such a good thing for nothing. When they wanted to expand the benefits of the new technology, they would definitely suppress the replacement technology and newer technology. At that time, it would be time to settle accounts. The professor fell into a silent silence. Magneto, on the other hand, felt a sense of exaltation. Chen Ang's style of crushing anyone who stood in his way, no matter who they were, no matter what they did, no matter what forces they had, as long as they stood in his way, he would crush them and turn them into ashes. It really suited his taste. Mutants were like that. Then who was the one who interfered with the revenge? Magneto was a little playful. He looked at Chinong and the professor's calm face. He didn't show any emotion. Sometimes the result was already decided before it happened. Just like how the professor wouldn't tolerate the attack on civilians, Chinong wouldn't allow anyone to hinder the development of science. If the two of them clashed, the professor would definitely lose and Chinong would reveal more information. This kind of thing was good for Magneto. They didn't violate the law, so they are under our protection. Apocalypse, I won't allow you to continue. This time you can't win. The professor said in a deep voice, I have my own judgment about their fate. I'm not a judge. I don't need to consider this. Chinong laughed. The professor was a little tired. He tried to persuade Chinong to give up the military attack. After the success of nuclear fusion, Skynet provided technical support for the high-energy electromagnetic and energy crystallization projects. This has become an excuse for them to attack these projects. You should reduce your interference with human research to get the results you want. But this isn't the main reason, right? This is just an excuse, Chinong said leisurely. Yes, the professor nodded tiredly. That's just an excuse. We all know how important high-energy batteries are to humans. Skynet is only secondary. You guys don't use batteries at all. The most important reason is the obstruction of the traditional energy industry. Their tentacles are all over the government. Their industrial system feeds half of North America's industry. This is too big of a change. We can't abolish half of our industrial strength. This will cause hundreds of trillions of assets to be wasted. The impact on the whole society is too great. No matter who makes the decision, they will be dragged into the abyss and never be reincarnated. So, I'll help you make this decision. Chinong smiled slightly. The professor shook his head. You can't. You don't have the power to decide the fate of hundreds of millions of people. You don't have the power to make these decisions. They are not your slaves, and they don't ask you to fulfill their wishes. These things can only be decided by them. This is democracy and freedom. Our belief. This is not the first time I've helped them make a decision. Just like nature, give a choice and then you adapt to it. This is dictatorship. If you have a choice, I hope it's natural choice, to live or to be destroyed. Chunang's voice was a little cold, and it brought an endless chill to the professor. We will stop you even with our lives. This time we will be enemies to the death. The professor said sadly, This world is not a toy in your hands. People have their own free will, and I will defend their right to choose with my life. In the name of the professor. Not necessarily. Chinong said slowly, Some choices you can only adapt to, and you can't stop it. I'm not someone who uses killing to solve problems. Sometimes it's more rewarding to learn from nature. Survival and adaptation are very simple choices. You will find that the instinct engraved in your genes is the instinct to obey nature. It's not difficult to adapt, is it? Chinong looked at the professor's uncertain eyes. He slowly came to the glass pillar in front of Magneto. He gently opened the magnetized atomic silicon material on the surface, and the transparent glass slowly descended. The light blue nutrient liquid solidified in the pillar. Countless complex and precise structures and chemicals were attached to this blue pillar. Chinong slowly brushed past the blue tomb of civilization and sighed. There was once a great civilization here. They were intelligent, simple, full of struggle and the will to improve. But in the end, only the tomb of civilization was left here. Their carrier of civilization died and exists here, but the spirit of their civilization is still alive. 7 seconds is indeed a shocking number. Magneto also sighed. No one faced the rise and fall of a civilization. Even Magneto was shocked that he was able to remain indifferent to such a situation. Chun-Ong held a granulation and said to the professor, "In the universe there is a civilization called Helium Flash. Their civilization has a mysterious mystery. Whether the things that make up this civilization are intelligent creatures or not, or even living creatures, is questionable. I think they are intelligent creatures, although their lifespan is only 1 microsecond, that is 18 seconds, a billionth of a second. This kind of intelligent creature, which is a neutral pi meson in the helium element, will emit 2 photons at the end of its decay. The only intelligent choice these creatures make is to decide their own flickering light before death. 2 photons emitted at a specific frequency are red light, and 1 photon emitted at a specific frequency is white light. This is the only thought it makes, and the helium element that receives the 2 photons also begins to form and reproduce this little life. Intelligent neutral pi meson. It is the flash of life and also the flash of wisdom. From the 30th minute this flash appeared in this universe, the Milky Way began to collectively flash, and then it flashed for 59 minutes and 59 seconds. After an extremely small amount of time, the universe began to flash, and an hour after the flash, the universe was destroyed. In just 1 microsecond, the simplest thinking and judgment each time. But in the vast universe, the flower of destruction bloomed. Superthinking creatures, the extreme speed of their sense of time, brought about their leaps and bounds of evolution. With the speed of human thought, it takes at least 10 milliseconds to make the simplest judgment, and the 7-second civilization needs 1 nanosecond, which is 1/millionth of human time, and the helium flash civilization is only 1/billionth of human time. The epic journey of civilization, the helium flash civilization, the 7-second civilization, and the ESP creatures, these fantastical civilizations made the 2 of them fall into a deathly silence. Magneto remembered that when he first saw the 7-second civilization, it was just a group of weak insects in the beginning, but in 5 minutes, it had become a more troublesome species. In 10 minutes, it was already a strong challenger to human civilization. When the end of the world came at 11 minutes, 33 seconds, these small creatures of civilization had already brought a sense of danger to Magneto. After conducting a major experiment related to the development of civilization, the 7-second civilization, which tried to reorganize itself into a collective consciousness, fell into a biochemical disaster. This terrifying speed made Magneto dispel all thoughts of competition. If humans encountered such superintelligent creatures, they would not be the ones facing the crisis of destruction. To be continued. Chapter 111. Redx. The professor looked at the granulation in Chun-Ang's hand, and his heart trembled. With the speed of light propagation, 1 hour is far from enough to reach the nearest star system. Even a photon civilization can't be that fast. The professor stubbornly retorted. He did not want to admit his fear of the granulation in Chun-Ang's hand. Compared to Skynet, this kind of creature was more terrifying. Humans were not afraid of encountering enemies they could not defeat, but they were afraid of enemies they could not catch up with. The horror of superintelligent creatures was that normal intelligent creatures were completely uncompetitive in front of them. Chun-Ong seemed to have seen through his fear. He smiled and said, "That's why it's a civilization, not a plague. A civilization can create the impossible. It can surpass your imagination and create all the impossible miracles. But a plague doesn't have such power. Don't be afraid, Charles. Superintelligent creatures are not as terrifying as you think. In fact, most superintelligent creatures can't evolve to this level of civilization. I know of several superintelligent civilizations, except for the helium flash civilization's microsecond thinking. Most of them are only 1,000,000 microseconds or even nanosecond civilizations. The end of civilization is either evolution and sublimation or destruction. We can't imagine a sublimated civilization, and very few civilizations fall before sublimation. Most superintelligent civilizations are just an insignificant passerby in the progress of our civilization. Before we discover it, there may be countless such civilizations rising and falling, born and destroyed. They may be around us, born and destroyed in the blink of an eye. Chinong sighed and said, "This is the elegy of civilization. A superintelligent civilization that can pull the universe into nirvana is a shining miracle, and also their epic. Such miracles are too few. In the entire universe, there are too few superintelligent civilizations that left a mark on the normal speed dimension. So you don't have to be afraid, because fear is useless. A civilization is born under the combination of superthinking speed and the chaotic intelligence mechanism. It's not something that can be dealt with by understanding it." The professor came in front of Chinong and looked at the twisted granulation in his palm. He looked at this creature that inherited the core spirit of the superintelligent civilization. No matter what template Chinong used to shape a civilization, it would be a deadly enemy of mankind. "Is this the relic of the 7-second civilization?" Chinong shook his head. "No. The 7-second civilization is their soul, the genetic code created by biochemical technology and loaded with the primitive genes of Earth were originally biochemical weapons that I produced. However, the 7-second civilization endowed them with a soul. From now on, they are no longer weapons, but a civilization. How long does it live?" The professor looked at the flesh that was still twisting. Chin-Ong gently placed a meat sprout into the culture tank. In an instant, on the culture medium, an enormous fungal carpet extended outwards. In the blink of an eye, the granulation's volume expanded several 100,000 times. A distorted ball of flesh appeared at the center, throbbing like a heart. Its lifespan is infinite. It will not age, nor will it die. As long as civilization exists, it will still exist. However, for the individual that formed the civilization, the superintelligent life form, even if I tried my best to extend its lifespan, it would only last for 3 minutes. That means the core cells only have a lifespan of 3 minutes. However, the other dormant cells could survive for 3 years without affecting their functions. This meant that this biochemical civilization's metabolism was extremely powerful, even though it could maintain the conservation of matter in its body. Once it wanted to expand its population, it had to find carbon resources. Therefore, it is famine, the second emissary, a giant beast that devours the world, a civilization that is forever hungry. The professor sighed. "You have released another demon, a hungry beast. The instinct to devour evolution, the instinct to survive, the judgment speed, intelligence, and biochemical technology. Mankind is at the edge of a cliff, and you have kicked it. War Skynet, famine mutants, plague, and death have yet to descend. Human civilization has done its best. What you are doing is meaningless. We are already in danger. High speed is dangerous. Only by going faster will we be safe. The mutants' thinking speed is 1 nanosecond, 10 million times that of humans. Compared to them, you are still not fast enough. Now make your choice, survival or destruction. If you are not fast enough, do not let the mutants catch up to you. It is very dangerous for you." Within the twisted meatball, a creature that resembled an arthropod scorpion emerged. It brandished the 2 large pincers in front of it, and acid could be shot out from the front of the pincers at any time. Behind it, on its 2 tails, the radiance of plasma could be faintly seen. Facing the wind, the scorpion shook a pair of thin elytra wings from its back. The 3 people in the laboratory stared at it with rapt attention. Even though they all knew that this biochemical beast was actually just a parasite and shell of a mutant, a true mutant should be a basic biochemical cell. When they saw the sinister giant worm and its dark compound eyes, the professor still couldn't help but record its image. "Does it have a name?" Magneto looked at the quiet giant worm, his eyes flickering. A name was extremely important to an intelligent creature. If possible, Magneto could also use it to do something. Chun-Ong looked at the giant worm and smiled. She is the queen of the Zergs, the eldest daughter of famine. On the day she was born, every desert and ice field on Earth whispered a name. The Queen of Blades, Kellygon. The whole world will remember this name. The Queen of Blades stretched her limbs and hissed. Her sharp and low voice spread from Manhattan to the rest of the world. All the mosquitoes around the world seemed to feel uneasy. At that moment, they stopped moving. Looking at the back of the Queen of Blades, there were 4 to 5 small clones. In the lab, Skynet quickly wrapped them up. The sealed metal compartment that carried them was controlled by magnetic beams, and its physical properties were astonishing. Magneto watched it all leisurely, but the professor could not hold it in any more. "Stop it! Apocalypse, stop it all!" the professor pleaded. Chun-Ong said regretfully, "I have already helped them make the decision. Now, it is time for them to make their choice." On the Skynet base, 5 electromagnetic cannons were aimed at North America, the Middle East of Asia, the North Sea of England, the Caspian Sea of Central Asia, and Siberia. These 5 major oil production areas accounted for 70% of the world's total oil production and 25% of the world's energy supply. These were the lifeblood of the world, the lifeblood of industry. Every year, the increasingly declining oil industry would think of this day like a nightmare. This was the turning point of the world's energy development, and also the elegy of the old energy sources. Today, the oil industry was completely buried. The governments of the new energy and traditional industries, who were hesitating about the future and the present, would also find out that someone had made the decision for them. The world's largest resource system, the one that supplied the lifeblood of modern society with energy and chemical raw materials, the energy system that allowed a nation to squander their wealth, the energy system that controlled war, politics, economy, and industry, including OPEC, oil futures, the oil industry, and more than half of the petrochemical industry, were swept into the garbage heap of history on this day. The apocalypse once again showed its terrifying dominance. In the North American Special Operations Command Room, dozens of generals rushed into the command room. Inside, a 3-dimensional projection of the Skynet base was suspended in the middle with 5 red dots flashing on its top. The white-haired old general came in front of the projection, and the surrounding soldiers saluted respectfully. Skynet has an abnormal reaction. It is suspected to be preparation for the electromagnetic cannons. It has been confirmed that the electromagnetic reaction is a solid metal bullet. According to the opinion of the Combat Department, their target is our energy production area. General, please give the order to protect the production area. The old general waved his hand and frowned. Go confirm it again. The professor sent a message. It is confirmed to be a biochemical attack on the 5 production areas of the Middle East, North America, Europe's North Sea, Central Asia, and Siberia. Threat level, AAA. Do you want to deploy tactical nuclear weapons? Clone Army on standby. Apocalypse, Doomsday Strategic Ability Squad in position. Nuclear weapons in position. Electromagnetic strategic weapons in position. Space-based weapons in position. Directional energy weapons in position. Skynet's space-based satellites are attacking us. Skynet's lunar bases, matter wave weapons, and gravitational wave weapons are in preparation. Satellites in low Earth orbit have been detected being hit by superluminal particles. New York's Skynet base has detected a 3-phase bomb. Dimensional weapons are moving. Skynet has sent us a warning. The command room fell silent. Looking at the launch preparations in Manhattan, the general's orders had not been issued. His adjutant could not help but say, "General, please give the order. Let's fight Skynet to our heart's content. We have no chance of winning. Pass my order. Give up the interception." The general said calmly, "General, The adjutant said unwillingly, "For America. Go." The general roared. On Skynet's base, the electromagnetic generator vibrated slightly. 5 metal bullets were released from the magnetic field and fired in all directions at a blazing speed. The metal bullets traveled along the Earth's magnetic field at a speed as high as Mach 95, making it impossible for any fighter or missile to react. The first to arrive was the electromagnetic cannon of North America. The metal cartridge slid into the sky along the magnetic field line. When it rose to the stratosphere, it plunged down and smashed into the oil well in the Gulf of Mexico at an extreme speed. The shell easily broke through the Earth's crust and drilled into the bottom layer, setting off huge waves. Skynet's precise control allowed the warhead to smoothly enter the ground where the oil field was located. At the same time, in the Middle East, the Caspian Sea, the North Sea, and Siberia, the same situation was happening one after another. High-speed electromagnetic cannons destroyed the buildings on the Earth's crust and drilled into the ground. The metal bullet casings melted silently, revealing the body tissues inside. When the dark oil came into contact with these tissues, a layer of fungal carpet was laid on top of the oil. The fungal carpet spread endlessly towards the depths of the oil field. The fungal carpet grew rapidly, breeding flesh cocoons one after another. Some huge, unknown tissues were quietly growing on the fungal carpet. A mutant broke out of the flesh cocoon and roared into the sky. Chapter 112. Redx. A slightly chubby but well-maintained hand was tightly clutching the few pieces of paper in his hand, trembling incessantly. It could be seen that the owner of this hand must have lived like a prince. His fingernails were meticulously trimmed, and the only mark on his thick fingers was a yellowish callus left behind by holding a cigar. The flawless ruby cufflinks on the wrist, the exquisite and elegant classical mechanical watch, and even the sleeves were neat. The fabric was smooth and textured, and the cufflinks were extremely fitting. All of these indicated that the owner of this hand was usually elegant and leisurely doing things that were befitting of his identity. He was giving orders and deciding the lives of thousands of people. But now, this hand seemed to have lost control. This hand that gave orders to servants. This hand that picked up the fruits of other people's labor. This hand that disdained them like trash. This hand that was noble, honorable, and always in the center of people's sight, was trembling as if it had lost control. Even though it was just a few pieces of paper, they were as heavy as a mountain. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Arrogant. Who does he think he is? Who does he think he is? How dare he challenge us? An exasperated and terrified voice sounded, as if it contained endless resentment and deep fear. Apocalypse, who is he? He's just a clown who popped out of nowhere. How dare he question us? Does he want to challenge us? Does he know our power? Even the gold inlaid on my toilet can smash him to death. Does he know what kind of power he has provoked? I want to teach him a lesson. I want to teach those maniacs a lesson. Isn't it just nuclear fusion? Isn't it just high-energy batteries? I want to buy it and do whatever I want. I want the whole world to use electricity so that they can use it. Saif had forgotten his current identity. He fantasized about using money to smash the American General Electric Company, watching those arrogant and damned people kneel at his feet and lick the soles of his shoes, just like in the past. The American energy companies flattered him. He could do whatever he wanted a 9-year-old girl, or anything even crazier. I want to put a bounty on his life first. I want to see that guy's head, Apocalypse. Without the protection of the government, he is nothing. This world is our world. I want to expose America's laughable lies. How can nuclear fusion succeed? How dare he succeed? Saif stood up abruptly, the beard on his face trembling. He didn't even have the time to tidy up his headscarf as he rushed to the video call. More than 1 billion people in the world rely on the oil industry for a living. There are even more who rely on ethylene and petrochemicals for a living. The automobile industry, the plastics industry, and the aerospace industry. This is a world built on oil. This is our world. We rule it. We control it. If you don't want to die with us, you have to listen to us." Saif's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted hysterically. Almost everyone in the hall was in such a state. Saif was not the most extreme among them. These people were well dressed in long robes and suits. They scurried around like headless cockroaches, spouting nonsense that they couldn't understand. Immense fear engulfed their souls. They had once stomped their feet. The world was also shaken by their influence. They had started the first and second oil crises, caused economic crises, and dealt a heavy blow to the world economy. They were once the elites who influenced the world, and countless people worked hard for their entire lives, just to be their slaves and earn money for them. Countless elites of the human race fought tooth and nail to have dinner with them. Their taste was fashion, their hobbies were trends. They excavated the dark wealth underground and sold it to the world at the price of gold, enjoying the most luxurious and unrestrained life. They didn't need to learn. They didn't need to work hard. They opened up new ideas. They were born to be noble. This seemed to be the axiom of the world. They were powerful. They were excellent. They drew a deep gap between themselves and ordinary people. But all of this ended in the hands of one person. He knocked nobility down to the mortal world and into the mud, making everything laughable. Saif looked at the old king in the video call and murmured, "Father, we are thinking of a solution. We have so many friends. Someone will solve all of this. The world economy is closely related to us. No one dares to ignore this threat. Apocalypse is not a big deal, no matter how dangerous he is. He is only one person." No. On the other side of the video call, the king looked at the video numbly and denied, "He is not only one person. Father, the world is on our side. Yesterday, the Secretary of State told me that the United States is our strong backing. Apocalypse is just a dog released by the United States, just like Osama Laden. Now that he has crossed the line, he is digging his own grave." Saif said agitatedly, "We don't even have to do anything. There will be a lot of people who want to kill him." The king looked at him with a strange expression that Saif had never seen before. It was a deep despair and helplessness that Saif had seen in the eyes of those lifeless refugees. It was a kind of numbness towards life. At this moment, he even suspected that the person in front of him was his father. "Saif," the king sighed. Saif made a respectful gesture of listening attentively. "Let us pray to God." Saif looked at his father in shock. He watched as the noble old man abandoned his luxurious carpet, abandoned his comfortable cushion, and knelt on the hard marble with his but facing the sky. He heard his father chanting a prayer that was different from before. He softly prayed, "Yazrer, forgive us." Saif finally confirmed that his father had gone mad. This seemed to be a good thing. As the only one who discovered this among his hundreds of sons, he had a great chance to inherit his father's position. But Saif had long forgotten about this. He looked at the screen with trembling eyes. Beautiful orange-yellow pupils. If this was a beauty, Saif would marry that woman for this pure and holy gaze. After all, he could marry countless wives. The smell of blasphemy would make his blood boil. But now he just wanted to kneel on the ground. Smooth curves, wide wings, and a strange creature covered in scales gracefully walked in from the entrance. The shocking sensation of death followed Saif like a shadow. It was the awe of the upper level of the food chain to the lower level, the nobility of wisdom to ignorance, the holiness of purity to the heterogeneous. There was only one word that could describe the creature in front of him: Angel of Death. "Yazrer, have mercy on us," Saif wailed. At the same time, Saif's father, the old man on the ground, turned into a ray of light and merged with the angel of death's halo. Every cell was as old as ice that had met hot water. It silently melted in the sunlight that was reflected by that creature. It was like nirvana. A smaller creature flew out from the light. It had a slender body, cold orange-yellow pupils, and a body shape full of murderous and death aura. The two creatures glanced at Saif on the other side of the screen, making him experience a nightmarish second. Then they spread their wings and disappeared into the sky. seeing the holy scene under the sun. Saif's heart was filled with confusion and fear. What just happened? What happened to the king? The deep fear made him lose all thoughts of resistance. He staggered forward, pushing away the people who tried to stop him. He muttered in a daze, trembling in fear. He curled up on the ground and let out an uncontrollable cry. "That's a mutant." A voice entered his ears. Saif looked up. He saw an ordinary-looking boy standing in front of him, supporting him. The boy's body emitted the smell that Saif hated the most. It was the stench of a poor man. But the boy was confident, looking straight into his eyes without any fear. "Who allowed you to come in? This is private territory. Get out," Saif said as if it was a conditioned reflex. He seemed to have angered the boy. He saw the white man stand up and use a tone that Saif didn't want to hear again in his life. He said to him, "Do you still think it's the past? Wake up. The apocalypse has destroyed everything you have. He has broken anything that you can be proud of. He has broken the backbone of your people. You can't stand and talk to me anymore. Oil is gone." When Saif heard the last sentence, his originally expressionless face and lifeless eyes suddenly exploded with anger and malice. "What did you say? What did you say? Ridiculous, ridiculous. What is oil? Do you know what it is? Do you know what Luther is? You're just a... Oil is destroyed." The young man interrupted Saif. 8% of the world's production, 5% of the world's reserves are destroyed. Oil is gone. The oil industry is finished. Your country, your people are finished. Nonsense. King bullshit. Saif's face was ferocious. He grabbed the man's collar and used all his strength to lift him up. The man's hand was like an iron hoop, firmly holding Saif's hand. He sneered. "Do you know about the apocalypse? Do you understand how terrifying he is? Maggots rotting in the dust dare to call themselves noble? You rotten maggots, let me tell you, the apocalypse destroyed you. He crushed your lifeline like a bug. We can deal with him, we can destroy him. He's just one person, what is he?" Saif struggled. "Idiot, open your eyes and look. He's not a person, he's a disaster, the ultimate test for humanity. The apocalypse, the entire human race, the entire world is fighting against him. The entire American continent is trembling in his shadow. He's the enemy of the world, the destroyer, the apocalypse, the nightmare of our lives, the nightmare of civilization." The young man looked at Saif's eyes and sneered. "What can you do, little bud? Tremble in his shadow. Why? Why did he do this? What is the mutants? What happened to oil?" Saif finally calmed down. At least he was willing to use his brain to think. "You're blocking the way. Bugs. So, you were crushed to death. It's that simple. All power, strength, effort, wisdom in front of that person were as powerless as bugs, finally crushed into dust. As for the mutants, they are the bringers of the apocalypse. They bring a deadly famine. The famine of energy. They built nests on the oil, multiplied their mycelium, and extracted carbon and chemical energy. They evolved, survived, and multiplied. Then, like crushing eggs, they destroyed your country and the army sent by the United States and the oil tycoons. In just one day, we saw that they turned from beasts to gods. All of this made Saif's mind filled with confusion. He didn't understand. He couldn't even understand what the young man said. Oil was destroyed. This news broke his spine. Without oil, without money, their country and people will be a nightmare, a deep nightmare. A deep fear engulfed his soul. Saif had never thought about the despair of a world without oil. Luxury and vanity would be destroyed in an instant. A country without oil, a country without an industrial system, a country without jobs and a long history of luxurious living habits. Their country and people would be more miserable than the current refugees. A desert without resources. In an instant, it will become another terrifying poverty area. Their wealth will become the fattest lambs in the mouth of several big countries. Their fate will be more miserable than the lowly people of India. Thinking of this, Safe's heart has never been so calm. He can't care about others, but he can't fall into this situation. The education he had received allowed him to keep a clear head. Who are you? Tell me this. What's your purpose? Safe regained some of his elite look. He began to calmly consider his own interests. My name is Jean. I am here to find the people who support me to defeat the apocalypse. You have seen the last face of the king. You are also the most promising successor, the future king of the royal family. I need your support. Jean faded away, the naivety of an ordinary young man. He showed his ease and confidence in front of Safe. The frightened elites, politicians, and Safe's people in the hall didn't know that the end has come. At least for them, their wealth, their power, everything they were proud of, everything was crushed into dust by a shadow. What awaited them was a nightmare, the nightmare of an entire nation. Jean looked at the elites who pretended to be noble before they died. He showed an extremely malicious smile. He thought happily, so what if you have wealth? So what if you have power? Don't know the future. Don't know the general trend. You will be crushed and fall into hell. He looked maliciously at those people who used to be high and mighty, showing their confusion and fear. He imagined the despair on their faces when they heard the news. Deep in his memory, the voice of an old man, a child, a man, a woman, a saint, and a sinner appeared in his ears. No one is born noble, but we will be the king. Jean thought in a daze, this is the era of humans, the era where humans are the king. And the king must break his sword first. But we will be the king in the end. This is our era. Let the nobility and power of the past be destroyed in the flames of the future. To be continued. Chapter 113. A ball of fire was burning in Yuri's heart. The irrepressible anger made his rationality on the verge of collapse. He clenched his fists tightly and looked at the representatives of industry and commerce in suits and leather shoes in the conference hall. They were fiercely arguing and cursing about the impending collapse, and he listened to them, making decisions that would make him fall into hell one after another. It was a ministerial meeting of the 12 countries in Washington to discuss the coordination of the world economy after the collapse of the world oil industry. Yuri knew that the United States, which had the most oil reserves, could only hold on for 90 days. After 90 days, the world economy would usher in an unprecedented collapse. This was a crisis of the shortage of raw materials for 80% of the world's consumer goods. It was a disaster that directly affected 50% of the world's economy. Anyone who knew the situation was desperate about the global economy. The most terrible economic crisis since the birth of the market economy was about to come. This would be a more terrible and intense collapse than the economic crisis before the Second World War. Yuri, who majored in economics, knew what kind of evil document these economic elites were discussing and arguing about. Capitalism had fallen from the cliff and wanted to find a scapegoat. This would only cause countless families to go bankrupt and countless people to lose their meager savings. The Small and Medium-Sized Enterprise Support Plan, the Antitrust Case Revocation Opinion, and the Emergency Currency Replacement Act cut off the adhesion of small and medium-sized enterprises to the national economy economically and legally. In the coming collapse, it protected the interests of the largest economies, supported trusts, and promoted economies of scale. This strengthened their ability to resist risks, but it also completely abandoned the interests of consumers and workers. This group of people wanted to use a new currency barrier to protect the largest enterprises at the upstream of the industry, when the currency in the hands of consumers was dragged into a pile of waste paper by the Great Material Depression. After this, it would be the night of the world economy. It would be the end of the financial system, consumer system, and market economy. The Financial Protection Act would be the final blow. This meant that the state power would use its own body to cover the retreat of financial capital and protect the seeds of the future financial industry. The tide of bankruptcy and debt would make 80% of the world's population poor. Yuri had heard it. The members of parliament were discussing the proposal of a gold standard currency that was decoupled from the previous currency. After next weekend, it would be a Black Monday. The OPEC countries that had lost their value were now comparable to Black Africa. They hoped that they could sell their sand for money. Countries that rely on oil exports to create foreign exchange value will be the first to fall into despair, including Yuri's motherland. Then there were the big consumer countries. They would face a huge material shortage. With the shortage of consumer goods, the currency will depreciate indefinitely. Yuri calculated in his heart, and if the value of the USD can catch up to the dong in the future, it will be a blessing. Finally, there was the shortage of raw materials in large production countries. They will suffer a huge wave of unemployment and economic collapse. Fragile enterprises would all go bankrupt in the first wave of financial shocks. It was estimated that 90% of the world's enterprises would not be able to withstand the first wave of shocks. The remaining 10% of enterprises wouldn't be any better. This would be the complete collapse of the market economy. Yuri looked at the group of elites who were sewing, filling, and patching the holes in this shabby basket despite the comprehensive advancement of science and technology, the highly developed alternative energy sources, and the production system in place. They were steering a sinking ship, trying to scoop water out and rebuild a ship that belonged to them with the raw materials on the ship. They were dealing with the passengers, trying to let everyone sink with them, completely ignoring the fact that a brand new ship was right next to them. They were protecting the ship that was destroyed by the apocalypse. Not only did they refuse to take a step forward, but they also joined hands and held each other's arms. They used political power, economic relations, and contracts to maintain the front line and didn't let others pass. They stayed in this broken ship called market economy, using the lives of the whole world to protect the sanctity of assets. In this kind of life and death dispute, protecting assets and capitalism became the only principle that united them. The corporate system and the financial system would first make the world lose the hope of salvation. Only an iron fist and centralization of power can save Russia. This was the only thought left in Yuri's mind. His face was covered with tears, and his lower lip was bitten by him. Only nationalization, collective labor, and the Soviet system can save Russia. Only Lenin and Stalin can save Russia. Not these traitors, not these capitalists. Brezhnev and Stalin, they can make the right choice. Make the choice to protect the people. Yuri touched his left chest. There was a medal of the former Soviet Union hidden in it. It was a level 2 patriotic war medal. This was the only thing left to him by his grandfather. That drunk old man did not forget to drag him to pledge loyalty to Stalin before he died. His father, a liberal, had cast a deep shadow on Yuri when he was young with his unrestrained and violent temper. Yuri, who was dragged by his hair and beaten, grew up bald. He hated his father, hated his red hair, and hated the dark times after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Yuri turned around and walked out of the venue. He keenly noticed that his anger had spread to the people in the venue. Some members of parliament were overwhelmed by the emotions that Yuri transmitted, and they started to beat up the dissidents. This was a very dangerous situation. The experienced security personnel here will soon notice that something is wrong. They will immediately suspect the psychic ability of a mutant. Yes, Yuri is also a mutant. The ability of telekinesis allows him to transmit his thoughts and emotions. He can even control others when his emotions fluctuate violently. Yuri has been hiding this for the first half of his life. Even the medical examination was deceived by him. If he is exposed as a mutant, although he won't be in too much trouble with his status, he will definitely be excluded from the center of power and banished to the edge. Yuri was hiding his political views. He hid his identity. After the detectors and weapons against the mutants were developed, his situation was getting more and more dangerous. Sure enough, in less than 10 seconds, Yuri heard the orderly footsteps of the clone army behind him. These combat squads had very powerful abilities after being modified. Coupled with specialized combat equipment, the mutants are no match for them. Yuri walked faster and faster. He skillfully drilled into the nearby complex tunnels, but the sound behind him did not lag behind. Damn it, it's a detection clone. Yuri knew very well that these clones with enhanced detection abilities were far from being able to be deceived by the simple concealment cloak he was wearing. Unfortunately, Wu can't give me the latest version, the biochemical cloak developed by the Far East. It's much better than our country's biochemical modified people. Yuri complained as he walked toward the place with greater energy interference. There are many small rooms in the conference room that are shielded from detection for the ambassadors to discuss. Yuri hoped to find such a room to get rid of the pursuers behind him. Seeing the black door in front of him, Yuri's face lit up with surprise. He quickly opened the door and went in sideways. He quickly retreated to the smoking room and covered his body with a curtain made of shielding fabric. When he opened the curtain, he was surprised to see the portraits of Stalin and Lenin on the wall behind the curtain. "Long live the Soviet Union," Yuri whispered. "Long live the Soviet Union." Behind him, such a voice came. Yuri threw the gun in his hand behind him. He hid behind the cabinet and carefully poked his head out to peep at the source of the voice. He saw a shadow sitting behind the desk, quietly looking at him. The person in the shadow was Chenong. He was holding a book and sitting there. His presence was extremely weak and easy to be ignored. He looked at Yuri with a gaze that made Yuri's scalp tingle. A ghost wandering in the sky of Europe. "Hello, comrade from the Soviet Union." "Chinese?" Yuri put away his gun and muttered in strange Chinese, "Hello, comrade." Yuri heard the orderly footsteps outside and was shocked. He was running out of time. He anxiously said to Chenong, "Please cover me, comrade from China. The running dogs of the imperialists want to persecute us." "Comrade from the Soviet Union, you are a mutant. Why are you afraid of them?" Chenong laughed. Yuri wasn't surprised that his identity was exposed. With the detection of the X gene becoming more and more advanced, it was only a matter of time before he was recognized. He said in a deep voice, "The clones have been implanted with the shielding gene. With the protection of the shielding gene, I can't affect them at all." Before he finished speaking, the clone soldiers wearing diamond helmets had already broken through the door. Chenong could clearly see that the diamond skin on their heads was similar to the White Queen's, blocking the power of mind control. Currently, other than the professor who had evolved his ability, there were no mutants with psionic abilities that could break through the defense. A hand patted on Yuri's shoulder. He turned around in shock and saw Chenong walking out from behind him. Looking at the approaching clone soldiers, Chenong looked at Yuri and asked, "Do you understand your ability?" "I don't think it's the time to talk about this. Comrade from China, quickly order them to leave." Yuri was shocked. Now, he only hoped that Chenong had enough authority to order the clones not to enter the room. Only a few countries participating in the 12 countries summit had such authority. Of course, China was definitely one of them. Chenong shook his head, indicating that he didn't have any authority. He smiled and said, "I don't have authority, but you do." Yuri was about to go crazy. He said in despair, "I don't have this authority. I hope my country won't think that I'm your spy." However, Chenong still looked at him and tapped his head. "Think about it carefully. What is authority? Then you will know whether you have it or not. The authority is directly implanted in their brains. They will verify it themselves. Where would I get the authority from?" Yuri looked at the approaching clones in despair. No matter how well the barrier of the mind is protected, it can't prevent communication. With communication, there will be influence. You have to discover this channel of communication and exert your influence. Understand your ability, then understand it, control it, and develop it. Everything exists relative to each other. There must be a solution to every problem, Chenong said calmly. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 114. Seeing that Yuri had sunk into silence, Chenong stood there calmly, as if he wasn't worried about all this. Even if Yuri failed, it didn't matter to Chenong. The drastic change in society was destined to be a period of conflict. There had never been a lack of people like Yuri who were dissatisfied with the original social system. This was an idle move in itself. If it succeeded, it would undoubtedly have a deeper impact on the development of this world. If it failed, it could also push the development of this world forward. Finally, Yuri opened his eyes. Chun-Ong could feel a subtle electromagnetic wave being transmitted from Yuri's body. The clone's simple thoughts were easily cracked by this electromagnetic wave. The diamond skin that shielded against electromagnetic waves was useless against the brain waves that collapsed from waves into electrons. The clone stopped on the spot and suddenly stood at attention. He went around Chun-Ong and lined up behind Yuri. Is this the power of the mind? Yuri let out a deep sigh. He could sense how terrifying it was to be able to control humans with a single thought. In his mind, a crazy idea began to grow, and something called ambition began to spread in his heart. The United States had 2 million clone troops. This kind of controllability was enough for Yuri to take a big step forward toward his dream. Some messy and unrealistic ideas grew and were then rejected by Yuri. Others drilled out. A somewhat crazy but not impossible plan was gradually perfected in his heart. I know what you are thinking, Yuri. Chun-Ong looked at Yuri seriously. Yuri could sense a deep, bottomless darkness coming from Chun-Ong. Chin-Ang's voice seemed to contain some sort of bewitching power as it rang out in his ears. You are not willing. Yuri, what you want to do, what you want to bring to your country, this world is glory and strength. But people are always stupid. They will betray themselves, their country, and their beliefs. Without an iron will, they will walk further and further down the road of failure. They need an iron collective will. They need a unified will. They need a strict father. The Soviet Union is a country made of iron. Russia is a nation of fighting. Yuri roared. We need nerves as strong as steel. It requires a will forged by raging flames. This is the only way for Russia to rise. But this was already impossible. It was useless to control the clones. The blood and will of the nation had not been awakened. The clones were just a group of walking blocks of wood. They would never become the iron chariots of the past. They would never become the Soviets. Only Russia can achieve Soviet Union. Only Russia can become the Soviet Union. Yuri repeated these words with tears streaming down his face. He said in despair, My motherland, great Soviet, what can I do with you? Where can I see you? Can I smell vodka mixed with diesel? Can you hear the sound of the blizzard mixed with the chant? The motherland that I yearn for day and night. The motherland my grandfather built with his blood. The red flag of the Kremlin. When can it fly high in the sky? Yuri screamed at the top of his lungs. He knelt down in front of Stalin's portrait, clutched the red curtain tightly, curled up on the ground, and twitched painfully. Chun-Ong was like a devil. He looked into Yuri's eyes and asked with a smile, Do you know who I am? Do you know what I can give you? For the motherland, I can make a deal with the devil. In that case, why not choose the most powerful one? Yuri got up from the ground. He put on the red cloth and looked at Chun-Ong seriously. What can you give me? What price do I have to pay? Mr. Apocalypse? You don't have to pay anything. What you are doing is also what I want. The progress of the world always starts from smashing the old and building the new. Yuri, I hope you can give me a surprise. The Soviet Union was the first country to break out of the earth. It has made many glorious achievements. I hope you can rebuild it. Can Entel achieve it? It's up to you, Yuri. Chun-Ong put a shining medal in Yuri's palm and closed it. What is this? Yuri was confused. The key to the mind control device. No matter where you are, you can use this key to summon Skynet and form the mind control device. It can expand your ability to the whole world. This is the only help I can give you. Chun-Ong said lightly, How you face the professor is up to you. There are only 2 Omega-level psionic mutants in this era. With the help of Skynet, you will grow very quickly. The mind control device is much more powerful than the professor's brainwave enhancement device. I hope you can use it well. Will I see the Kirov airship flying above the Kremlin again. Yes, you will. You will also see the cloning factory, the apocalypse tank, and the Tesla reactor. A month after the global economic crisis broke out, a piece of shocking news came from Russia. The Russians, who had been dissatisfied with the economic crisis, gathered the members of the Warsaw Pact and announced an earth-shattering news: the restoration of the Soviet Union. Russia, Eastern Europe, and Central Asia, which were in the midst of unemployment and bankruptcy, made the whole world speechless. Many presidents of the former NATO countries went crazy and announced the nationalization of assets and planned economic system laws, forcibly buying private property and building a national planned economic system. The computer Lenin was built in Moscow. This highly intelligent computer controlled the planned economy of the new Soviet Union. The army shouted this slogan and forcibly occupied many factories. The protesting Ukrainians were brutally suppressed. The clone suppressed all the voices of opposition within the territory of the new Soviet Union. Strangely, the people of the new Soviet Union expressed their support for the new regime that was established less than 3 weeks ago. They sang Unbreakable Union and waved the flag of the Soviet Union. A powerful government ruled the land. The factories were ordered to be nationalized. 5 huge nuclear fusion power stations were built in the cold Soviet Union, providing an endless source of energy for its people. The clone factories provided a large amount of simple and crude labor. The old Soviets put on simple mobile armors, exoskeleton armors, and waved huge hammers and chainsaws. They rushed to the factories in all directions. The entire country was activated at high speed. Whether it was mutated humans or ordinary people, the Soviets were stuffed into the mobile armors. From the school, the office, to the factory, he hammered out one big, black, and thick machine after another. It was used to pump a steady stream of seawater from the Caspian Sea, from the Pacific Ocean, and from the Arctic Ocean to all parts of the Soviet Union. Magnetized water and plastic water. It replaced petrochemical materials and became the raw material for light industrial products. Anyone who dared to stop it was hanged on the street lamps. All the dissatisfied factory owners, the victims of nationalization, were sent to Siberia. The entire country was forcibly started in a violent way. There were only 2 logic to the operation of the Soviet Union. 1, a plan and a solution. 2, get rid of all the opponents. A large number of scholars and scientists were forcibly recruited. A large number of workers were stuffed into the factories. They worked extremely hard, and after work, a large number of rubles were thrown at them. The Soviets felt that it was better to work than to have no work. Although the materials were still poor, the biochemical meat and nutrients did not taste very good. But there were vodka and machines. There was work and war. They could see with their own eyes that the country was growing stronger in a crude way. The so-called economic crisis was crushed by this crude logic of making plans and completing plans. The Soviets had no financial system, no currency, no rationing system, no military, and a collectivized social system. The Soviets cheered and started this broken machine. The United States stared at this broken war machine. It started to run smoothly. The Soviets, who had memories of the past, were very used to this country. The old people shouted and beat up the young people in their families. Everything was destroyed and everything was being rebuilt. The world system that was almost destroyed by Chinong was once again stepped on by Yuri. The Soviet Union's war chariots rumbled as they started to move. On the Red Square, the clone army and workers shouted at a bald man, "Our great leader Yuri!" At this time, the world was like a heavy truck that had lost control and rushed into the unknown. The Soviet Union, who had completely destroyed the obstacles in the past, built their own system on the ruins. They built a new nuclear power plant today, and when there was a better one tomorrow, they would dismantle it. The Soviets, who did not care about profits, used their speed to push their society to a crazy level. They used a large number of computers and manpower to control large machines. They used construction structures to build heavy industries, and a large number of clones were involved in the construction and production. 100 million Soviets, 300 million clones, 500 million mobile armors, and countless large machines. Without steel, they developed silicon armor. Without carbon-based nutrient solution, they cut down the forests of Siberia. The rampaging development crushed all the obstacles in its way. The Soviet Union, who had the support of Skynet technology, fought with Skynet's mechanical army in some areas. On the other hand, they colluded with Skynet and developed in a way that did not care about the consequences. The scientists who injected memories into the machines, the hypnosis machines, and the evil polar bears trampled on human rights. They gave the clones the ability to think and even clone scientists. Yuri smashed the bones of his enemies and broke his own hand bones. He drove the war chariot into the orbit of the Earth in a crazy way, landing on the moon in 5 years, colonizing Mars in 10 years. If we can't rush into space, then we will destroy Earth in 20 years. That was what the Russians said, and that was what they did. Their craziness shocked the world, and their power made the world tremble. The Soviet Union, where 6-year-old children were using mechas to produce electromagnetic generators, made its neighbors tremble. Their craziness and violence, as well as their simple and crude development logic, were crushing the US's global advantage. Yuri even shouted, "Genetic optimization for all." He did not care about the 50% mortality rate. Even the craziest experts were not sure if the Soviet Union would kill half of their people first and then run into the earth. The technological explosion brought about the complete collapse of social order and great progress in productivity. This kind of progress even suppressed the economic crisis. In the words of the Soviets, "Don't bother me with such trivial matters." The results of development without considering the consequences made the whole world silent. They did not consider the rebellion and revolution of the clones. So the Soviet Union was extremely rich. They did not consider the reasonable development of resources. So their heavy industry and technology increased explosively. They did not consider the basic needs of the people. Therefore, the Soviets held the nutrient solution left by the clones in their left hand and vodka in their right hand. They drove the mechas and transformed this F***ed-up world. It was not even clear if the Soviet Union was destroying itself or developing itself. Protect the environment, die. Save resources, get lost. Personal needs, no. With the mentality of rushing out of Earth or dying, the Soviet Union unleashed this terrifying power. Floating Astronomy, Chapter 115, Redks, the Red Iron Curtain. From Eastern Europe to Western Europe, from Poland to Denmark, from Romania to the United Kingdom, the people of the European continent finally recalled the long-lost horror in their memories. The Soviet of iron and blood, the Soviet of war and steel. When the Iron Curtain fell from Moscow, when the red flag fluttered high in the Kremlin, when the steel machines rumbled to life, the bankrupt workers and capitalists of Europe fell into confusion and fear. Billions of people witnessed the roar of the big bald man in the Red Square. All power belongs to the Soviet! The financial system collapsed, the currency value collapsed, and the unified financial system that the Europeans had spent decades to build became a pile of ruins. The people living here suddenly found that compared to the goods in their hands, whether it was marks, francs, pounds, or euros, they were all a pile of waste paper. Trembling under the tracks of the Soviet war chariots. When the smell of steel and gunpowder wafted from Stalingrad to Poland, the nobles in this land, who had been living in peace for a long time, were terrified to the extreme. The cold bayonets, the blazing barrels, and the electromagnetic motors were like a basin of cold water in winter, making these people feel cold to the bone. There was no hope, no jobs, no bread. Agricultural products rotted on the production line and were buried deep in the farmland. There was no energy transportation, no plastic production and packaging. The collapsed market economy pulled all the people who tried to save into the abyss. Even heating and electricity were difficult to operate because of the lack of conditions. The Europeans had passed the coldest and hungriest winter in their lives. At this moment, the financial industry did not save them, nor did the capital operation. The Luxembourgers lost all their assets and had nothing. The Danes burned stocks and money to keep warm. The cold winter of the economic crisis destroyed all the countries that did not have an industrial system. At this moment, despair and confusion. It made them fall into the abyss. The Ukrainians enjoyed the happiest time of their lives. The neatly arranged Soviet troops and clone soldiers. They drove them out of their homes, stuffed them into exoskeleton mechas, and drove them into the factories. In the cold winter, they drank nutrient solutions and vodka and enjoyed the factory drunkenly. The warm boiler. There was no currency, no transactions. Collective labor and material rationing made the Ukrainians tremble under the iron whips and leather boots of the Soviet Union. The small problem of the economic crisis was crushed into pieces in the face of the powerful system. Public intellectuals and politicians were neatly hung in the parliament or stuffed into trains and shipped to Siberia. The steel-like rule descended here. Dozens of nuclear fusion power stations were set up on the vast land of the Soviet. Tens of millions of tons of seawater were continuously pumped from the 3 oceans and 4 seas to provide deuterium for nuclear fusion. The magnetized water material was molded into the best light industrial material under the powerful energy supply. Plasticized water in a solid state. It completely replaced the role of plastic and ethylene, and a large number of light industrial products were produced in factories. If there were no machines to produce light industrial products, then they would use heavy industrial products. There was no transaction. In the face of such a powerful system, there was no need for a market to exist. The Soviets spent a lot of effort. In Moscow, Stalingrad, and in Leningrad, countless large photon computers were erected, forming the absolutely correct and absolutely glorious will of communism, which arranged the production and development plans. What the Soviets were producing were the mechanical parts that would be used to replace these machines tomorrow. They did not hesitate and were not afraid of waste. They used the advanced to replace the backward and the stronger to replace the weak. Everything was for the sake of the Soviet Union. This kind of steel-like nerves, this kind of power like a chariot, made the world tremble. But when the airships were propelled by electromagnetic fluid, flying high in the sky of the Soviet Union, when the motherships were arranged in formation, this kind of suffocating power completely erupted in the madness of this nation. They made the world stop talking. Life and death. If you don't accept it, do it. In the sky, the sea, and the vast land of the Soviet Union. The new regime that showed its powerful muscles made the world murmur that the free and democratic public intellectuals closed their mouths and trembled under the brilliance of the system. Liberals all over the world finally remembered the nightmare of decades ago. The world trembled under the sickle and the hammer of the red flag. The desperate capitalists made a last struggle at the edge of the abyss. Their enemies were not only the sinking market ship, but also the Soviet regime and the rising communist movement all over the world. There was also the increasing level of science and technology. The productivity was becoming more and more incompatible with them, and they were under great pressure. The collapse of the economy made all the efforts of capital fall into despair. At the last moment, the Dawn operation was proposed by various countries as the last hope of capital. In order to recover everything in the past and regain the vitality of the market, financial experts and capital controllers from various countries held financial talks in London, the financial heart of Europe, to make a final effort to rebuild the financial system. This was the last hope of the governments of various countries. It was also the only dawn to restore the glory of the past and the former order. On the streets of London, England, densely packed sentries and troops controlled the city. Countless naval formations and aircraft carrier battle groups were on standby in the English Channel. The supernatural agencies of various countries and the mutated human combat forces came to London a month in advance to stand by. The elites of the world gathered here to fight for a glimmer of hope for the old rulers. The glory of the old days had declined. In this country where the sun never set, they guarded the glimmer of hope that a new world would be born. The sun in Fog City was always rare. Even on such an important day, it was gloomy and it even drizzled a little. Chunong held an umbrella, stepped on the puddles, and walked in front of the gloomy police. There was no one on the street. The gloomy-looking soldiers stood on both sides of the street. The rain fell from their faces. Occasionally, there were a few pedestrians who came and went in a hurry. Their figures also looked particularly embarrassed. In this bleak street, it was still very eye-catching to see someone like Chinong. There were countless watchers, spying on him in the dark. Countless weapons were aimed at him. Mankind would never let their last hope be destroyed. But Chen Ong didn't seem to notice this. He was leisurely like a tourist before the Great Depression and the Great Collapse, wandering in London's British-era buildings and attractions. He held the walnut guardrail and walked up the stairs. His fingertips touched the ancient bronze bell. The complex gear set and power source made Big Ben glow with a hint of the old era. Another bald head was waiting for him on the tower. When Chen Ong came in front of the professor, he was looking down at the city. The empty city had a sense of depression. The professor's voice also had an indescribable heartache. This world shouldn't be like this. This city shouldn't be like this. It should be full of sunshine, laughter, flowers, and happiness. The professor turned his head and looked at Chin Ong with deep sadness. Peace is hard to come by, and so is happiness and hope. They are worthy of our careful protection. These are also the things that I swear to protect with my life. They are my life's perseverance. I will never allow anyone to destroy them for their own selfish desires. Even if it means war, you still want to fight? Chen Ong asked with a smile. The professor said seriously, even if it means war, I want to protect it. Even if I lose more lives, lose my students, and lose my family. Then I can also answer you. I also have goals and principles. I will also use war and slaughter to achieve them. In order to achieve them, I will not hesitate to destroy peace and crush happiness. As long as they still have the scent and shadow of the old days, that is the reason why I will destroy them. I will shape a new world to achieve my goals. The professor lowered his head and said tiredly, if the old days are your enemy, you shouldn't have rebuilt the Soviet. They have already rusted, so you should let them grow old. If you drag them out of time, you will only make this world and civilization regress. Humanity doesn't need another Cold War. We don't need to dance on the edge of a knife. The Soviet is not the old, it is the new hope. It is the fist of steel. It will shatter everything of the old order and then rebuild hope and rebuild this world. Chen Ong looked at the shadow of Buckingham Palace in the distance. There, the old master was making a final struggle and effort for his survival. But the Soviet failed, didn't it? Failure shows that it is backward. The people abandoned it and chose a new world. Deception and fear will not last long. The evil existence of the mind control machine will not be able to rule the world forever. One day, the awakened people will destroy this monster that you dug out from the grave. Facts will explain everything. Professor, in Pandora's box, the last thing may not be hope, but it may also be the end. Chinong smiled. More and more mutants and combat troops surrounded this old attic. The most powerful army and combat force of all mankind will resist the apocalypse here and fight for a glimmer of hope for human society. The professor and Chinong stood in the attic and heard the melodious sound of the bell above their heads. It spread in all directions and spread to the ends of the earth. In the hall of Buckingham Palace, the legal representatives of sovereign regimes and financial institutions of all countries pressed the sacred and glorious vote for the revival of the old financial system in the New World. The revival of the gold standard gave new hope to finance and currency. The wealth of the people and the old market system were abandoned by the capitalists without hesitation and sank into the bottomless abyss. A new reshuffle determined the redistribution of wealth in the society. and the old order openly shed its tattered bloodshed and put on new clothes. Chin Ong watched all of this. He watched as they celebrated the revival of the old order. Everything seemed to be a foregone conclusion. With gold as the guarantee, the currency coordinated by all countries in the world seemed to have a new life. It gave a shot of confidence to the shaky market and production. They had finally escaped from the sinking ship and cut off all connections with a market that was sinking into the abyss. Was this not worth celebrating? The apocalypse seemed to have been defeated. This system could be destroyed once, but it would not be destroyed a second time. The new system would include all unstable factors and would be even more glorious. The dawn came from the horizon and descended on the earth. To be continued. Chapter 116. Redx, the newborn giant, stood in front of the corpse of his old self and cried for the first time. The London Exchange, the first time the new currency was created, the gold pound sterling, which represented gold, was injected into the capital market. The dead will eventually be resurrected, and the ghosts of the old days were reborn. The first knot in the global market was solved. This was the victory of the old order, and also the victory of finance. Chin Ong looked at all of this calmly. He watched as the overjoyed bankers ran around to spread the news. He watched as the dead giant struggled to stand up again. All the representatives, except for the Soviet Union, smiled in relief. They stood up to welcome the victory and the dawn. The representative of the Soviet Union stood on the airship and looked down at the scene of celebration. The gold standard, this powerful financial support, made the world's financial system work again. We seem to have won, Scott said proudly. He had reason to be proud. At the same time, in addition to the main venue in London, there are more than 50 secret venues set up in various countries. This was a war between them and Skynet. At the moment when the financial system was established, all means were useless. Apocalypse could destroy the bankers, but he could never win against finance. Chin Ong sighed. It's too early to say that. If I were you, I would wait or never say this. A subtle sound came from afar. Scott looked over. In the direction of the North Sea oil field, there was an explosion in the air. The flying swarm advanced from the sea and engaged in a fierce exchange of fire with the warships of various countries. Plasma and laser, missiles and artillery, intertwined in the sky above the English Channel, forming a line of death. The Soviets, who were driving exoskeleton armors, rushed down from the airship and engaged in a fierce exchange of fire with the famine swarm. The powerful swarm built a war base on the sea. Steel and electricity, lasers and energy, death and war and shattered armor. The carbon-based biochemical liquid was sprinkled, and the humans tenaciously resisted the endless swarm. The amazing evolution ability of the famine swarm easily gained the upper hand on the battlefield. But in the face of the humans, who always had an endless number of trump cards, in the face of the tenacious Allied forces, they were always suppressed in the sky above the English Channel. We may be defeated, but we will never lose. Apocalypse, you can beat us for a while. However, you will not be victorious forever. We will use our lives to protect the glory of mankind. The British ambassador walked up the stairs and faced Chin Ong with a proud tilt of his head. All the major corporations and capital entities once again took control of power. With finance as their lifeline, they once again worked together and had the support of a new currency. Their system, the order that they controlled, seemed to have been resurrected, perhaps even stronger. So strong that the British Foreign Secretary declared his victory in a tone of great pride. Now get the hell out of the Empire. Apocalypse. Chin Ong stood in the middle of the mutant squad and looked at the determined professor. He sighed and said, "Once the war starts, it will not end so easily. The resurrection of the old spirits is very fragile in the face of the new order. This is not the victory bell you want. It is the death knell of the apocalypse. But we will win in the end. Justice will prevail." "I have no doubt about that," the professor said firmly. Chin Ong looked at the eastern sky. The twisted gravity on his body repelled all hostility. He stretched out his hand. An iron badge lay in the center of his palm. I don't know if justice is always victorious, but outdated and outdated are bound to be defeated. When new factors appear in this world, when more advanced productivity appears in this world, when more advanced productivity appears in this world, when new factors appear in this world, your end is near. The journey of mankind is longer, and the old order is just a stumbling block. How can the dead bodies be revived? Dreaming of the glory of the past will only be crushed by the wheels of history. You are not as strong as you think. In the face of new technology, a new world, the end of the old days has arrived. I will listen to the death knell of capital and witness your end. A beam of dazzling light pierced through the clouds from the sky and shone on Chin Ang's hand. The badge floated up and shone brightly in the light. Little by little, an unknown substance with a metallic luster gradually engulfed the badge. The light carried a powerful space-distorting mass and expanded into matter in Chin Ang's palm. The matter wave shot from the moon to London on Earth. It spread out in the sky above Chinong. A huge disc-shaped building expanded on the head of Big Ben. A huge hollow metal wheel with a diameter of hundreds of meters showed a 3-layer structure. Powerful energy gathered in the center of the ring, distorting space and time. Once again, the bell of Big Ben rang. The professor looked at the huge metal ring in the sky with a solemn expression. Gravity well. Be careful, everyone, the meteorite is coming. A dazzling ray of light appeared on the horizon. A huge fireball with a diameter of several kilometers cut through the sky and destroyed the clouds in London. The hazy sky dispersed, and the sun shone its light all over the fog. This gloomy city was dyed with golden brilliance. In the city of London, bankers and financial experts looked nervously at the fireball falling from the sky. Their faces were full of fighting spirit. Not only did death not scare them, but it filled the whole city with the will to fight. A beam of light pierced through the sky and earth. Under the radiation of the beam, the air condensed into a tough solid. The molecular motion was reduced to a minimum, and the speed of the fireball was slowed. The meteorite falling from the sky slowed down bit by bit in front of the molecular stagnation effect brought by the beam of light. Its lethality decreased rapidly. The atmosphere was like a dense cushion, weakening the kinetic energy of the meteorite. Molecular weapons, on the other hand, weaken kinetic energy at the atomic weight level. Humans are not weak. We will not make the same mistake twice. The professor said righteously. He looked at Chinong, who was very calm. The meteorite no longer poses a threat to us. Humans have the ability to stop your atrocity apocalypse. Your doomsday weapon has failed. Your plan has also failed. This is the King of Cards' kinetic energy weakening. Chinong praised. To be able to deepen the mass effect and kinetic energy effect to this extent in just a few months, the progress of humans is amazing. But you are wrong about one thing. I have never used killing and destruction to solve problems, and this time is no different, because I know that destruction will not achieve my goal. Even if I destroy something, my goal is always to create. Chinong smiled. So it was in the past, so it is in the present, and so it will be in the future. The gravity well in the sky collapsed and returned to a small badge lying in Chen Ang's palm. The British minister got up from the ground. He held the handle in a sorry state and looked at Chen Ong. You have failed. Your plan to destroy the world has finally failed. Apocalypse, the dawn of a new world, is in front of us. Look, we have never been defeated. Chen Ong did not answer him. Instead, he looked at the sky outside the window. The dazzling light reflected the sun and illuminated the entire city. The minister looked at the dazzling metal body in the sky and could not help but squint, looking at all of this with difficulty. A huge sphere with a diameter of several kilometers was suspended in midair, reflecting the dazzling light and illuminating all directions. The human eyes had difficulty adapting to the strong light. At this time, the minister opened his mouth without any grace. In London, anyone who was paying attention looked at the sphere in the sky in shock. They looked at the dazzling light, the golden flash, and the metal object that was like the sun. Gold. It was all gold. Endless amounts of gold. An asteroid made of gold was floating in the air above London. The huge impact caused everyone's mind to go blank. That boundless wealth was like a god, hooking everyone's soul. Gold was wealth, but it was also a weapon. An extremely terrifying weapon. A huge amount of gold could make a country, but it could also destroy a country. Similarly, it could also destroy a world, the world of finance. Wealth was a weapon, and gold, which was used to measure wealth, had also become a weapon under the financial system, a weapon to destroy itself. Humans used gold as a hard currency to measure the value of labor and the value of money. At this moment, gold became a powerful pillar of the market. Oil was the blood of the industry, and gold was the backbone of finance. Chin Ong had drained the blood and broke the backbone. He had completely destroyed the market economy. Capitalism, which was standing on the edge of the cliff, was gently pushed by Chin Ong and fell into the bottomless abyss. The new gold-based currency was completely destroyed the moment it was established. There was no room for negotiation. The financial system was completely destroyed, as if it had been run over by 18 strong men and then run over by an 18-wheeled heavy truck. Before the dawn could bloom, it was cut off by a huge black hand. At this moment, the general equivalent used by humans to measure the value of labor was completely driven out of the stage of history by Chin Ong. The financial system and the capital system, which relied on the market, finally sank into the abyss together with the market. At this moment, there was no hope. Everyone's heart sank to the bottom of the sea. The minister jumped down from the top of Big Ben's building. The capital's final effort to save itself had failed. They could only leave with despair. These last martyrs had used their blood to draw the end of an era. After that, there was no meaning in saving the market. The thrilling leap from commodity to currency had become a natural moat. Sometimes meteorites not only brought destruction, but also wealth. However, wealth could also destroy everything. Under special circumstances, gold was more terrifying than Skynet. From the streets to the sea, from London to the English Channel, there were bankers' corpses floating. Today, the sky of London was washed by the blood of the capitalists. In the end, the professor failed to fulfill his promise. He could not protect the fragile order. The ghosts of the old era turned to ashes under the sun. Chen Ong tilted his head and heard the footsteps of a new era. It was the sound of steel, science, energy, and the sea of stars. It was the sound of a new production relationship promoting social development and achieving a leap forward. It was the sound of footsteps, the sound of the system and centralization, the sound of madness and struggle. The world was once again at a crossroads. Humans were faced with challenges and choices. To be continued. Chapter 117. The real masters of this world never thought that the mutants would become a big problem. It seemed that the total number of mutants, in the millions, was terrifying. The ability to destroy the world was very dangerous. The future direction of human evolution was very grand. However, in reality, the mutants were only 1 in 10 million of the total human population. More than 90% of them only looked different from ordinary people. They did not even have any actual abilities. How could such a group of people be called a big problem for humanity? The methods that humans used to deal with them were at most the same as those used to deal with terrorists. In other words, their biggest threat was nothing more than what extremists could do. Terrorist attacks, assassinations, destruction. The mutants had a lot of potential, but they were just a group of unstable elements in the human society. If they united, it would be a bit tricky. However, this group was also full of contradictions. Their thinking was extremely chaotic. They were like a condensed human society with all kinds of contradictions between each other. Such a group of people wanted to threaten the real masters of this world, the real masters of this country, and the group of people who controlled the operation of this society. They were far from that group of people. They were all people with millions of dollars in a minute. They were all big shots who controlled the global financial lifeline. Just a stomp of their feet could affect the livelihood of millions of people. They had tens of billions in net worth. Why would they need to hang around with the lower-class, mutated humans? They had no money, no power, and even lacked influence. Why would they care about human rights? In their view, the real home of the mutants should be in the laboratory, on the operating table, for the extension of human life and health, for the progress of scientific research. To contribute to their health and the development of the industry, they had to make outstanding contributions. They should not do anything about the progress of society. They should do things like scientific research or promote the development of human society. Such ridiculous things. But all of this, it all ended with a name called Apocalypse. In the underground base of Philadelphia, there was a nuclear bunker buried deep in the ground. It was a well-equipped underground base. This place was designed to allow the rich and powerful to continue living comfortably in this world in the event of a nuclear war in the future. However, the designers at that time were far from having such a rich imagination. They could not have anticipated this absurd crisis of life and death. They definitely could not imagine it. The most powerful men in the world came here not for their own survival and comfort, but to fight for the appendages other than their own bodies, the things that truly represented their existence: power, status, and wealth. The people here could accept death, but they absolutely could not accept living with nothing. In the base, there was a room completely devoid of metal. This was obviously to prevent special attacks. For example, high-frequency electromagnetic wave attacks were also because there was a type of person in a place with metal. It would be quite dangerous, such as Magneto, who was sitting on the left side of the room. The old man, sitting on the right, had his hands crossed under his chin. His right thumb, which was adorned with a shining gem, was half raised to stroke the skin under his loose jaw. The old man's eyes were half closed, as if he was looking at Magneto, but it didn't seem like he was. The gem on the old man's thumb slid across his skin. Feeling the cold aura, he said, "Slowly, Eric. Too many things have changed in the past few days. I want to hear your opinion. What do you think? Ask me? Do you want me to sing praises for your gravedigger? Your destruction is at hand. Your good days are over. What do you think I should think?" Magneto's voice was calm and powerful, and his eyes showed a sarcastic smile as he looked at the old man who was forcing himself to calm down. "Mutants are ending the glory of mankind. Under the sun, we are the most superior, aren't we? No, mutants are just a group of clowns. I used to think so. Now Apocalypse is coming, and I think so too. I'm not wrong. Even Apocalypse looks down on you, doesn't it? His power does not come from his ability, but from something deeper, human wisdom. He is proud of his human identity. He shows the power of science. We are the future. Mankind is the future. But he is still a mutant." Magneto interrupted. "Even if he doesn't admit it, he is indeed our brother and our glory. He shows the stronger side of mutants and makes us realize the power of wisdom. This can only show that mutants have more potential than humans in this power." The plastic ashtray in front of the old man suddenly floated up and swirled between Magneto and the old man. Must having abilities be a mutant? Is Apocalypse a mutant? I also have abilities. Am I also a mutant? This is the power of science. Apocalypse can do this. Abilities are a miracle to you, but to him it is just research. Who is your friend? Who is your enemy? Eric, you have to recognize this. Magneto fell into silence. An oppressive force destroyed the ashtray in front of the old man. The electromagnetic power completely dissociated the plastic from the molecular level, and a pool of white powder flew between them. The old man didn't seem surprised. He sat calmly in front of Magneto and smiled. "Eric, your strength has improved again. You really surprise me. Apocalypse may be my enemy, but humans are far from my friends." Magneto looked at the old man and said in a low voice, perhaps it was because of fear, or perhaps it touched a certain heartstring. There was an unconcealable weakness in his voice, but soon Magneto straightened his back and restrained this trace of vulnerability. He said, I have only one position, and that is the position of mutants. I have only one determination, and that is the determination of mutants. We are not your enemy, Eric. Don't forget, in addition to being a mutant, you are also a Jew. The old man looked at him, and there was a hint of approval in his tone. You are our compatriot. You are our brother. We are not your enemy. We are your family. In addition to mutants, you also need to stand in the position of a Jew and think about the problem. Jews are only the past, and mutants are the future. Future? The old man chuckled. Mutants have never been the future. They are just a group of eliminated waste. Don't think of the power of apocalypse as the power of mutants. You were born into the system, and you have always been bound and ruled. We are the rulers, the will of the system, and mutants are just a discarded part of the system, a group of overthrown rulers, a destroyed will. Magneto sneered. But that is also the apocalypse that destroyed us. It is his civilization that destroyed us. Apocalypse, and we have the same power. It is a war between two civilizations. It is a war between scientific systems and wisdom. In this war, there is no place for mutants. In this changing situation, you are not the protagonist. The old man sighed. It is because our strength is not united. Only then will we encounter failure and setbacks. Will we usher in a devastating blow. Rulers need a unified will, a leader, and we must unite. That is why I met you. Will I be that leader? Magneto asked with interest. You can be one of us, and you should be one of us, because without our protection, you will encounter a lot of danger. There will be no second will in this country. We will unite under one banner, working for one goal. What are you going to do? Magneto asked solemnly. Some choices. We are already aware of the current crisis, including the threat of apocalypse, the threat of Skynet, and some economic crises. We need a stronger system to deal with it. The resurrected Soviet Union has given us a good example. A strong will to adapt to the competition of civilization. The old man looked into Magneto's eyes and said that sentence word by word. We have made some choices. Maybe socialism is a good system. Something like nationalism is obviously good for the unity of the people. Now we need to unite to deal with something, like our failure in London. Magneto stared at the old man as if he could see a flower on his wrinkled face. His gaze put a lot of pressure on the old man, causing him to shift uncomfortably, avoiding Magneto's direct gaze. Fascism. The word popped out of Magneto's teeth. National Socialism or National Socialism. The old man added, Are you going to tell me that you are going to unite under the Nazi banner and build a National Socialist American Workers' Party? Are you going to put Jews in concentration camps, like what the Nazis did to me a decade ago? No, you won't do that because you are also Jewish. Then who is your enemy? Racism, nationalism, the two banners of Nazism. Isn't it ridiculous for a country of immigrants? I almost forgot. You guys seem to have brainwashed the Americans into thinking that Jews are all pure and innocent. So who is your enemy besides Skynet, besides Apocalypse? Who else is there? The old man was silent. He stared at the flag on the wall for a long time before asking, Why are you reacting so strongly? I know your mutant excellence theory. Learned a lot from Hitler. You are also a thorough fascist, or, in other words, a peddling fascist ideas careerist. We don't believe in it, do we? We just use it to get more centralized power to deal with some changes. The facts of the Soviet Union tell us that a centralized system is more able to deal with some things and get some things. It can help us survive this crisis and develop quickly. You want to put us in concentration camps. Magneto concluded, Mutants are the next Jews, right? Human supremacy is also a form of racism. Humans are nobler than mutants, and Americans are nobler than American mutants. We are monsters, we are deformed. Just like what most people think, they propagate our sins and then lock us up in concentration camps. Killing mutated humans will unite you all? The Soviet Union is your enemy. Skynet is your enemy. The mutants are your enemy. Unite under the leadership of a leader. Unite under the same will. Then what? Jews are the smartest race, the best race? There are too few Jews to get the majority's approval, so we choose Caucasians. Caucasians, the old man said. Racism and nationalism are the easiest to motivate the majority, aren't they? They always think they are excellent, but they can't find enough reasons to prove it because they are complete failures in life. Only blood, race, and ethnicity can give them a sense of superiority out of thin air. People are so easily fooled. I don't intend to deny the stupidity and ignorance of humans, but this does not mean that I will let you kill us. Mutants will not be the next Jews. We will resist and then be crowned kings, Magneto said in a deep voice, his fingertips already white. Even Hitler allowed the existence of the Jewish franchise. You are our compatriot, Eric. The Jewish family welcomes you. As long as you stand among us, then nothing will be a problem. You and your brotherhood will be safe. We cooperate with the government. After all, we only monitor those dangerous mutants. The old man spread his hands. Jews or mutants? You have to make a choice, Eric. Isn't it obvious? You know who is powerful and who will win in the end. Magneto slowly got up and stared at the table in front of the old man, the conspicuous David hexagram. His fingertips stroked the black and white photo. It was his past. A calm smile appeared on the old man's face. But Magneto's hand didn't stop. He stopped at the tip of the old man's nose. I know who my brother is. The magnetic field shattered everything. The air in front of the old man twisted and spread to the center of his eyebrows. The twisted magnetic field, strong enough to separate atoms, was enough to tear everything apart. The old man's skull would be smashed like an egg. But everything stopped in the next moment. The space behind the old man twisted. A bald, little girl looked at Eric curiously. He curled up in pain and slipped from the table to the ground. The old man pulled back his cane from his abdomen. The heavy steel weapon easily paralyzed Eric's nerves. The old man whispered in Eric's ear, "What a wrong choice, Eric. Humans are greater than you think. We have your nemesis. How about trying this?" The old man put a serum on Magneto's neck. Magneto felt the power in his body gradually leaving him. He collapsed weakly on the ground. To his despair, he could no longer feel the ubiquitous magnetic field. Nothing could make him more desperate than this. Without your abilities, what are you? Idiot, in our eyes. You are a group of mutant gorillas. What do you know about human pride? Learn it well. What is a Nazi? What is a racist? Open your eyes and see. We have never been serious. Otherwise, you would have been killed long ago. The old man came up to the girl and said to Magneto with a smile, "The abilities of mutants are always mutually exclusive. Guess what we found out from her? Ability jammer, and of course the mutant serum. You can rest assured that most mutants will not be forced to inject the serum. They will die in the laboratory first, I promise. This is the power of human beings. What we fear is never mutants. What we fear is not Apocalypse's abilities, but his knowledge and wisdom and his unscrupulous madness. The hyperspace transporter will drop ability jammer and gene detectors in major cities across the United States. Of course, there will also be troops carrying suppressive serum. Your end is here, bastard. How long have we been studying you? How long have we been studying you mutants? We have the files of every single one of you. We have the analysis reports of every single one of your abilities. The people you care about and the environment you live in are all under our control. We have developed no less than 20 targeted killing weapons against mutants. We don't even have to do it ourselves. We can control these weapons in the control room and kill you all. Chapter 118. Chun Ong stood at the top of the Eiffel Tower in Paris and looked down at the city. Under the bright lights, it was difficult to hide the desolation. The world's famous romantic capital had a rare sense of desolation. Skynet monitored the world, and naturally, it would not let go of the secret base under Philadelphia. Chun Ong was not surprised that Magneto was controlled. There was no intelligence capability, no logistics, and insufficient targeting. It would be strange if Magneto could control humans. As early as the first time Chun Ong stepped into the universe, when he looked up at the starry sky, he had a question. Why were there always a few carbon-based monkeys on the Earth? They thought that they controlled a billionth of the resources of such a small planet and had billions or even billions of capital, which was measured by the ridiculous currency of humans. Their self-righteous system, the series of behaviors and rules that transformed the world and obtained resources, gave them a sense of superiority. What else could they bring? In terms of productivity, from the beginning of human history until today, their achievements in transforming the world were not as good as Skynet, which had entered the universe, working at full speed for an hour. Those assembly lines, those repetitive production, those earned wealth, was there any meaning to it? The Soviets, in 1 month, with crazy technological speed and production, built the achievements of Europe and the United States in 20 years. They had already built 13 steel base groups with Moscow as the center, and they would soon be able to fly out of the Earth. Most of the time, Chun Ong always chose to respect the development of mankind. After all, he had already eaten the 7th steamed bun, and he could not deny the significance of the first 6 steamed buns. The development of human history has its own internal logic. Chun Ong did not want every world to be marked with his own brand and run according to his will. The diversity of the world, the diversity of civilizations, was a very valuable asset. So, in order to maintain this diversity, Chun Ong would sometimes give them a push before the fork in the road to get some different results and experience some different wonderful things. At this time, those in front of him were complex. The system and rules that maintained the current social order and the interests of the ruling class were no more meaningful than a broken spider web in front of Chun Ong. After all, for those who had seen the Sea of Stars, it was hard for them to see the fruits of labor and social wealth that the capitalists had accumulated like rats on a small planet. He was like a feudal merchant whose wealth could rival a country. To the great merchants of the 21st century, he flaunted his tens of thousands of gene of iron and salt, and his millions of loads of grain. Or a primitive man, he brandished his stoneware, feeling proud of himself. Could a starship be bought by selling all the man-made objects on Earth? Therefore, the 6 billion intelligent creatures on Earth were tied to this production system and worked hard to transform a little bit of Earth's resources. Was it necessary to care about a system that was so fragile that it would collapse if it lost a little of the corpses and minerals deposited by ancient creatures? Study insect sociology. Chun Ong and Skynet were both systems that could transform hundreds of millions of tons of resources in a minute. They all controlled the lifeblood of the solar system's resources. A stomp of their feet could affect tens of thousands of light seconds. It was the grand system of the astral body's future existence. With the wealth of hundreds of planets, there was no need for them to mess around with the powerful people on Earth. They had no resources, no strength, and even their influence could not go beyond Earth. Why would they care about human rights and power? Was there anyone who could oppose what Chun Ong wanted to do? On average, there was only one intelligent creature in 20 billion galaxies in the Milky Way. On average, each person had 100 million planets left. But now, at the edge of the Sea of Stars, a group of arrogant idiots tried to drag the entire human race to play mud with them on Earth just to satisfy their sense of superiority and vanity. Or rather, the power to allocate resources, the power to control people, the sense of superiority to influence others and dominate others. In order to satisfy the power of this group of monkey kings, they would stop the development of the entire society. What a joke! The system that they were protecting, the thing that they were trying their best to protect, was such a once great but now ridiculous existence. 6 billion intelligent creatures, liberating their brains, liberating their creativity. With unlimited resources, what kind of glory could they create? How many discoveries could they make that traced back to the truth? What kind of tree of science and knowledge could grow from such soil? There was no doubt about what choice they should make. The new construction and development of humanity was already prepared. What Chinong wanted to do was to destroy some of the foolish existences that tried to stop this development and let humanity run forward happily. Without any worries, moving forward bravely. As for the thoughts of these people who were destroyed in passing, was there a need to care? In Paris, humanity finally took the step that Chinong had been waiting for a long time. Humanity focused on their own liberation and the explosive progress of science and productivity. Unlike the Soviet Union, which was directly influenced by Chinong, France was a flower that bloomed on its own from the ruins of the economy. The French Communist Party was elected as the ruling party in the parliament and had more than 80% of the seats. Other than the 29 members who committed suicide, most of the bankrupt and penniless members withdrew from the election. The remaining ones also became the staunch supporters of the Communist Party. Planned economy and big government became the French's slogan. The revolutionaries on the streets even rushed into large enterprises and forced the machines to start production. The French's passion for revolution, their love for overthrowing the government, made them fearlessly attack the military and police forces. It was not until the French Communist Party won the election that they responded to form the Communist Party, buying private enterprises, public-private joint ventures, trade unions, workers' pickets, workers' militias, and urban communes. Unlike the collectivism of the Soviet Union, the French movement was more like a bottom-up social reform. The core of this movement was closer to organizing production and the liberation of labor. Soviet observer Hablin Petrovsky said, "This is not like a socialist movement, but more like a little Bolshevik party." From the European Union's cutting-edge laboratories, the French first used their Skynet's nano-worm robot. Although the Soviet Union was willing to support them with a batch of obsolete mobile armors, the French chose to develop their own production tools. The Soviet Union's cruel and violent memory infusion device and the unethical human cloning program were immediately abandoned by the French. Biocomputer-assisted and nanoworm-controlled production became the French's first choice. The French, who were ideologically closer to the Soviet Union, received the first batch of support, which was the construction of nuclear fusion power stations. Soon the French, who preferred nuclear energy, set up power stations all over France. Nanoworm controlled precision machinery, exquisite mechanical design, and structure became the direction of the French's technological development. With the help of biocomputer-assisted computers, the French, who had liberated their brains, carried out high-tech work with the help of computer programs. Nanoworms allowed them to liberate their hands and carry out high-efficiency production. Like magic, the French controlled nanoworms to create all kinds of precision machinery. They even copied more sophisticated nanoworms and directly carried out production. Although the efficiency was far less than the Soviet Union, the quality and technology of the products were far better than the Soviet Union. Those who dared to stand in the way of this emancipation and development were imprisoned in the Bastille by the French, whose revolutionary zeal was no less than that of the Soviets. The Internationale was sung in Paris, and the Marseillaise resounded outside the Arc de Triomphe. When mankind was facing a technological explosion and economic crisis, as long as the system chose to abandon the old system, it would stand up again without exception. From Paris to Berlin, from Greece to Rome, a huge communist alliance was established. The Fourth International, headquartered in Paris, played the role of the European Union at this moment. The European continent was under the shadow of the Soviet Union. From Eastern Europe, which was once again under the shadow of the Soviet Union, to Western Europe, which had progressed from a welfare society to a communist Western Europe, the two seemingly similar red alliances were connected on the Eurasian continent. Europe moved to the left, and the United States moved to the right. The destruction of the old system first brought about disagreements and struggles. The new system, which was first established in Paris, was the first to spread to Berlin after the mild tolerance of the old system. The German Communist Party had a majority of seats in the parliament. Because of the German-French alliance, the two brothers of the European Union under the coal and steel community were the first to unite. The leftists rejoiced and united to fight for the ultimate humanitarianism. However, this international spirit did not affect a special group among them, the Church of Truth believers. On the contrary, because of the conflict between materialism and religion, even the white left Madonna could not resolve it. The tide of refugees and weapons allowed the Church of Truth believers to grow stronger in Europe. In the end, because some of the children of immigrants chose to believe in communism, the Communist International had a fierce conflict with them. The European Communist Party tried to appease the Church of Truth with peace and special administrative regions. However, the Church of Truth, with the support of Turkey, vowed to establish Eurostan. They united first and were hostile to the entry of the non-true truth believers. Then the massacre broke out. First, it happened in the religious area to drive away non-believers. Then, the moderate believers couldn't stop the extremists' bestial outburst. Then, the moderate believers also became extremists. The religious conflict broke out. The European Communist Party tried to keep the situation calm, but everything quickly went out of control. As a last resort, the European Communist Party turned to the Soviet Union for help. The next day, the Iron Chariot crushed everything. At the top of the Eiffel Tower, Chin Ong saw a real bloody dusk that crushed the faith with violence. The cruel and inhumane Soviets mercilessly crushed all the people who dared to resist. Adhering to the iron and cold will, they let the Church of Truth know what the Soviet model was and what the Soviet way of thinking was.